everyone. Hope you guys are doing well. Hey, Scott. Hello, Fish Kid. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Fish Ranch Home. Hope you guys are all doing well. Sorry I'm a few minutes late. I'm setting up my brother's, going to set up my brother's tank fish. Or put some fish in his tank. Let's put it that way. He has a 33 or 30 gallon. I think it's like a 29 gallon footprint at least. And I'm going to put the guppies in there and then a few in my tank. But he got a ton of guppies from my cousin, which hers kind of look like J-Rocks. Hey, Ian. For the most part, yeah, Fish Kid. My angel tank is. Pleco tank still working on a little bit, but yeah, for the most part, they're good. I'm just trying to get some of the crushed coral out of this dang pantyhose. Because I didn't used to have any media bags until I needed it for my angel tank? Mud skipper tank. I didn't need it until I used it for my mud skipper tank. So now I have some extra crushed coral and I'm putting it in my brother's tank. Hey, George. Let's see. Let's post that. I'm sad I didn't get to watch Foxy's stream. Got to the house right when she started it. I think we got there, so I never ended up watching it. But I hope Miss Mary Page and Foxy's stream was fun. I know I got to say happy birthday to Mary Page, which is what I really wanted to do. Now I'm trying to remineralize my brother's water. And since I'm only doing a 5-gallon bucket and a 29-gallon tank, should dilute the water. So I should be good there. What do you guys use to do water changes? And don't tell me a cup. Tommy? What do you use to do water changes? A cup? A cup and a bucket? Yeah. Okay. But yeah. So I'm working on my brother's tank. Have some crushed coral that I had for my tank. And I'm going to put it in his tank because I think his has run out. And I'm going to remineralize his water. We actually got a decent amount of guppies from her. She was nice enough to give us a ton. These are all guppies from her. I put them in a breather bag. There's way too many in here, but it was only an hour. So they're in here. Actually, let's check what temp it is. Excuse me. Let's see. Hey, Scott. I see you, Scott. Pretty sure it's you. But yeah, so we got 3 bags of fish. She actually went to Ocean Aquarium and got the stuff that she uses. I'm going to put this in your tank, Tommy.
Thank you. Don't hurt my class.
Can I place it on the right-hand side? Is that good?
I guess that's good. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, good. Let's see. Who else am I missing? I think, did I pin it? No, I don't know if I did. I put it in there. Let's see if I can pin it. And then we literally just got the fish, so they'll be flying for a few minutes while I do this. She gave us a ton. I was looking at her tank and thinking of you, or of J Rock. Hey, Danny, in his tank, which I'm jealous of.
So Jeff, it occurred to me that I'm gonna pack towels because the ones that you know, if each has towels that you know, get her, so I'd rather we just bring it home.
Let's see.
I understand. I'm gonna have a bunch of stuff to do, so I'm gonna start packing.
Let me.
She does want to go. Does not want to go. She does not. Right. So I'm gonna take her to Trader Joe's and buy her some food.
I'm going to go into the stream and see if I can download it. Oh, come on. I'll go.
What do you think chances are we're going to push the dogs up there after we went around the beach on Sunday?
Probably.
So I think towels will wash them too. Dry them off. I'm glad you agreed, Kevin.
There we go. Yeah, I got them from my cousin. She had a ton of them. I took like at least half of them. Or rather, she was nice enough to give me like, what, half of them, Tommy?
What?
Half of the guppies?
What?
She gave us half of them, didn't she? Or like at least 2/3. She's like, oh, they'll start breeding again and I'll probably have to give you more by the end of this month. So here you go. And gave us a crap ton. Let's see. I kind of want to see what this. No, I won't. He's got some guppies, but he doesn't have nearly as many as she does. She did a great job with the guppies she has. I'm going to do this. And I think I have some prime or safe in this bucket. Oh, yeah, we have prime safe in that bucket. So let's see. But yeah, my brother has the 29-gallon right here. Let's see. I don't think I can show it, can I? Yeah, it's not high enough. Crap. There it is. Let's see if I can prop it up at all. Let's see. I hope that works. Let me know if that works. And if somebody would like to come up, please let me know. Yeah, all right. That's pretty good. I've got my phone so I can kind of check it. Nope. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Okay. But yeah, this is his tank. I really need to get, well, so it's right near the sun, direct sunlight, so that works. But I really need to get him a timer or a better light. Well, better light would help, but the timer definitely. Okay. But yeah, so that's his tank, and I don't think I've showed, well, I might have one time, but that's about it. I haven't really showed this tank on stream. Fun using a bucket and a cup. Okay, that's good. At least they're both the same temp. Yeah, I'll leave them in here for you. I'll be right back.
Thanks, Kev.
Yep.
Hello, Kevin. Jess and Adele and Scott and everybody in the chat.
Can you hear me all right?
Yep, we can hear you.
Really, Tommy? What are you doing?
I'm trying to get. Thank you. Goodbye.
I'm not sure what you're doing. Is that you?
Oh, it might be music.
Ah. How are you doing?
Turn down my TV.
How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I got myself a new little ring light here.
Cool.
I can make it super bright. Ah!
So, I don't know. Can you see all of the guppies?
Yeah, a little bit to the right. There we go. Perfect.
Do you see these? Can you see them?
Yeah, we could. Now I can't. Right there.
Still?
Yeah, you can see them all. Oh, wow. That's a lot of guppies.
Yeah. Thank you. That's what I said. So, yeah. And those were all from like a 20, 30 gallon tank. So I'm going to put a bunch in my brother's tank and in mine. But I need to add some water to his because his water is way different than hers. She uses discus. I don't know. She uses discus or some discus minerals. She uses a teaspoon of that, and then like a spoonful of discus, whatever it's called, some discus.
Just a spoonful of discus helps the fishies go down.
And then she also uses, what were the two? pH. There were two that she used, and I'm blanking on what they were.
One's called Discus Buffer.
Discus. Okay, so yeah, it was discus buffer.
5.8 to 6.8.
So for some reason she uses discus buffer and neutral regulator.
pH 7.0.
So
and
she
remove
uses both
chlorine,
of them.
chloramines, detoxifies ammonia.
Oh, so she did. Okay, so she uses both of those.
Neutral regulator.
I'm not sure why she uses both, but she uses both of those. So I need to harden his water a little bit because he doesn't do anything to his water when he does water changes. And then I just added some crushed coral to his tank, so that should help. But I'm trying to do a water change, and I hate doing bucket water changes, but that's what he uses. So, and I don't really want to go get my siphon out and use it in his tanks. That's not what he uses. But how have you been? How's your Thanksgiving?
Oh, it was great. I already ate my Thanksgiving twice. I had a big meal earlier, and then I ate leftovers again already.
You ate leftovers as well?
Yeah, lots and lots of Thanksgiving food. Wow, you're doing it with a cup and a bucket. Wow.
What?
You're doing it with the cup and a bucket.
Well, how else would you do it? He doesn't have a siphon for this tank.
Wow.
So the only way for me to do it is a bucket. Yeah, I know.
Not even a.
And that's the reason why he only does a water change like every 2 weeks. And there are a ton of guppies in those bags, so I need to get them out soon, but it's only an hour, so it's not too bad. You know what? You entertain them. I'll be right back. I can't do this. This is a pain in the butt. I can't do it.
You gonna go grab that python?
Heck yeah, I cannot do it. No, I cannot do it with just a regular cup and bucket. That's too hard. It takes way too long.
It does not seem like a good idea.
What?
So yeah, I was gonna get my my new computer fixed today, and as you know, my tech friends started working on it, he slowly became less and less hopeful, and we tried, getting a different hard drive and plugging that in and some different.
You said it's new though, right?
I mean, new to me. It's still a used computer. Basically, like my friend had tried to install the new Windows on it and it caused the computer to crash, basically. And so my other friend was trying to help me get it going, but he was unsuccessful today. So we're gonna take it to I don't remember the company right now off the top of my head, but for $35 they'll do a computer diagnostic, see what's going on with it. So we'll hopefully be able to find out exactly what's wrong with it and get that fixed, and then I'll be able to have a decent working computer and actually be able to get some like NVIDIA software and stuff like that to both adjust the settings on my new computer and on my new microphone and on some of the other things, run that virtual green screen and stuff like that. So it's exciting.
Yeah.
Ian was asking if there's any fish in the tank already.
Yes.
And those would be
guppies.
Oh, okay. So you're just adding like a whole bunch more guppies into a guppy tank.
Pretty much, yes. My brother has some, but because his water is not doing or is softer and he hasn't been doing anything to his water, he has not been getting that many babies. So I'm adding some salty shrimp, and because guppies are more hardy and can take a little bit of a pH swing, but also because I know if I do like 300, if I add some shrimp minerals, it will dilute it, so it won't totally be as strong as it was before. That shouldn't be too bad. think it's like 360, and I'm doing a 20, and I'm only adding 25%. So hopefully that will dilute it a little bit, so it won't be quite as hard, but it also won't be too soft.
And see, Adele, it's not the hard drive or whatever that's the issue. The computer basically says connect to bootloader and press any key to continue. So it's like something's not connecting right, or there's a booter issue, or something to do,
Oh,
driver, not like the hard drive or something like that. Like my tech friend, like, check connections and stuff like that or whatever. So there's something going on, that he wasn't able to figure out, that they need to plug it into something. I'm not super savvy
So-
on all the computer.
so it's not just Macs,
Yeah,
as Roundhouse would say. It's not just Macs.
right.
Couldn't help myself. Sorry.
Well, I mean, and if we end up not being able to fix anything, like I have, 2 decent hard drives and computer parts and like game cards and video cards and
Dad?
stuff like that, to where I could just, progressively order, a couple other parts here and there, and just build my own computer. I'm smart enough to be able to plug things together.
Really? Sorry, me being a smartass. Go on.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it still amazes me the magic behind microchips and how this green piece of plastic with these teeny tiny wires and dots and all that
pins.
stuff can
Yep.
make computers do these amazing things and produce images and all this other stuff. But
Yep.
I can know that this is a hard drive and this is a disk drive, and I need this cord to plug it into the motherboard here in order to connect it together. I understand that part.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I know I don't know anything about it, so I'm good at, with computers. I'm not good at building or doing anything else with computers.
Tune
Can
in
you see
tomorrow
the tank?
night when Kevin tells us how something went wrong and all the guppies died.
Okay, Danny, not helping
I'm
matters.
quoting Matt.
What?
I'm quoting Matt.
Oh, of course you are. You're supposed to say that before you say whatever it is you're gonna say, right?
No.
I'm pretty sure that's how it works, but okay.
Whatever you're doing is really loud.
Yes, my mother is playing with chips for some reason. I'm not sure why. Sorry. Is that what you're hearing, crinkling?
Crinkling, water, on it.
Oh, well, water, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised that you can hear the water that much.
Because there's a hallway.
What?
Oh, somebody saying I have a shadow on my left side. It's
Oh.
Yes, the camera's sort of in the middle of the ring light. I mean, I guess technically my camera is like on this side of my phone versus in the center, so it's not like perfectly centered.
How much was the ring light?
I have no idea. It was a gift, early Christmas present, and
Early Christmas present?
yeah, like I didn't expect it, but like she gave us Christmas presents early over at my friend's house for Thanksgiving today, because I mean, we don't get to hang out on Christmas or whatever, because her brother and stuff comes over to the house, and so they don't invite, friends over. It's, a family thing. So they just basically gave us all Christmas presents today.
Well, that was nice of them. That was really nice. So you went over to a friend's house. Did you do anything else besides eat?
Just watched, some stuff on TV that I don't like ever, get to see because I don't have like cable or anything like that. Like the Uverse. So we were watching. There's a couple movies on TV that we were kind of watching while we were
I need
eating
help
and
getting
hanging
my
out.
food.
Then
Yeah,
after
as
some
long
of
as
the
it's this weekend, I think.
kids left, we, me and my buddy were just watching this paranormal talk on camera TV show. And it was quite interesting watching people that caught video like a ghost or something like that. And when it's like that's looks like a plastic bag. Or there's this one lady that is just super convinced and still tells herself that she caught a velociraptor or something on camera when it's like, to me it looks like some kid running wearing like one of those like dinosaur hoodies or something like that has a tail flopping behind them. I mean, some of the videos that people have, shared on these shows are actually, kind of convincing or interesting or, stuff like that. But most of them are just like, all right, whatever. I really hate all these like different like ghost hunter shows that are out nowadays. They claim to have this like fantastic footage or whatever, but there's people filming from like 3 different angles, and they only show from the one angle. So it's just like, why aren't you showing us from the other angle? Probably because they show the little contraption or whatever you put behind the door that opens it and closes it.
Yeah. Usually, do a little bit of a better job of being convincing, but that's just me. Let's see. I wish I had a smaller container that I could put the guppies into drip acclimate. Although guppies are pretty good at. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just also
Okay.
reading the chat. They're talking about something about you don't want the light coming direct on or whatever, but it's like the ring light setup that I got actually. It's like a
Wait.
tripod that actually holds the ring light, and then it has a little stand that holds your phone right in the middle of the ring light.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. You generally want it right on you,
Yeah.
or at
I
least
mean,
right in
that's
front
the
of you.
point of the ring
Oh,
light is it makes the light, versus being like from one direct point, it's more of like a full light. The only thing I don't like about it is, the close-up stuff where you get like the ring on your eyeballs.
oh, yeah. Yeah, I can definitely see that. That would definitely be a little bit annoying. That, and sometimes you get like, what is it? Red eye?
Red eye. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. And that's also kind of annoying sometimes. Sorry, I can't read chat because I'm doing the water change and adding the fish, so I can't see. But thanks for your help, Danny. Danny?
What?
I said thank you for your help reading chat because I can't read it right now.
Chewy's saying that you should, portrait photography, you should read about how they do lighting. You should take a, or he's asking you if you've taken a course in photography.
Who, me or you?
You.
No.
I've never taken an actual like photography course or anything like that. My old
With
roommate
my video,
went to college for photography, so I learned a good amount from him. And then my brother-in-law also did like photography and multimedia. So I've learned a decent amount of, just kind of following him around and kind of helping him with some of the weddings and stuff that he shot in the past. So I kind of understand how, lighting works. But yeah, direct lighting makes people look pale. But that's also what the benefit of having like some light makeup or whatever as well to prevent shine and stuff like that. But this ring light specifically does have the ability to like change the color to like cool light versus the warm light. So I'm intentionally picking the warmest light because like looking at myself in the camera, like the blue light makes me look like a freaking ghost.
you can't see that, can you?
Yeah, we can see that. Wow, they don't look happy in the water. I'm just seeing the water going like back and forth, swinging around. And
Yeah, well, I also just got
Guppy!
them out of the bag, so
Yep. Is that just one bag or is that both bags?
that's all 3 bags.
All three
But
bags.
that's still a lot of guppies.
Man, that's
Regardless,
a
that's a
lot of
lot.
fish going in at once. Be
I'm
sure
not
to add,
putting them all. I'm
more.
not putting them. I'm not putting them all in that tank.
Oh, okay. But even so, like, be sure to add like some sort of like beneficial bacteria or something when you're adding those fish.
Yes. Can you see? Why is it? Come
Yes,
on.
Chewy. Even front lighting and spotlight is angled in a concert and stuff. But they have, lights from all various sorts of angles and stuff to try and, minimize shadows and all that stuff as well. Lighting is very interesting, and that's what the benefit of the ring light is it kind of incorporates, various angles of lighting all at once, versus just having like from a single point reference giving you, really bad shadows and all that stuff. Yeah, concert lighting is intricate. And then all the lasers and stuff that they do with that too.
Yeah, I was amazed at how many guppies she gave us. I used 2 breather bags and a 2 breather bags and a regular 4 mil poly bag.
So why do you have the blue light on? It is quite. It's like that's not a saltwater tank.
No, it isn't. I don't know why my brother did that. This is not my tank.
Oh, it's probably a glow tank that he just doesn't have glowfish in.
Well, I don't even know where the light's coming from.
It appears to be behind the tank.
Nope.
No?
It's not behind. And I don't think it's inside the tank, so I'm confused where it's coming from. Because it's not from the hood. And he's got a pump there, but where the heck is it coming from?
Is
Yeah,
it
I'm
not
not
in
quite
the
sure.
lid? So it's definitely not in the lid?
I don't know, you tell me.
Well, no, it's not. So then it must be like projected from the bottom, like in the glass or something.
Maybe. That's actually a good question. I don't know where it's coming from.
Oh, you know what it probably is? He's probably got one of those light up blue bubble walls. So the lights are
Oh,
actually from the bubbler itself.
that's probably true, because he does have, well, he has a bubble wand. Or, yeah.
Adele thought the same thing after, right when I was saying it too. I think the greatest benefit that I've gotten, with this gift of the ring light though, is the little remote that it came with. The only functionality that it has is like I can use it for on the camera on my phone, so I can just click the button and it'll start recording or stop recording, or if I have it set on photo mode, it'll take the picture. So now I can, instead of having to walk to and from my phone to, start recording and then go to where I'm in front of it and then, say whatever I have to say and then go back and then, check to see if it was a good angle or whatever, I can, basically just stand in front of it, hit the button, say my thing, and then hit the button again and it stops recording. And it'll save
How's
me a lot
that?
of time with editing. I won't have to cut out as much of me just walking to and from the camera anymore.
Oh, yeah. That would be, how's that?
Pretty good. Can you take the comment off the screen so we can see a little bit better, and then bring the angle back up, and then yeah, right. Look right there, and then ooh, it fell down. There we go. Actually, that tank looks pretty nice. I'm not a fan of the blue light, and also it probably just, helps with algae and all that, but.
Well, so he doesn't even have a light on that tank. Really. Not a grow light, at least.
Yeah.
Because it's right next to the freaking window. Yes, I know, not as good, but it actually does a pretty good job of Java moss. It also has a little bit of blackbeard algae, but
I mean, hey, I don't think you have to have a super fancy light. I grow plants in like all of my tanks, and I have like one. Well, I have like a couple of those Aqueon cheap like planted lights, but then I have a budget like full spectrum light on my 40 breeder, and it grows my plants great. I get some really nice like deeper colors in like some of my Hygrophila and like the Bacopa and like my crypts and stuff that have like really nice color too. So
I
I
need
get
to
the
get
36-inch full spectrum light with like all different colors of LEDs for like $50.
Isn't that how much Stingray is?
I think the Stingrays cost more, but then they also don't the Stingrays get like super hot and all that stuff.
I don't know. I don't know if they do.
It's that Koval light from Chewy.com that I got, the Koval. I guess it's like a knockoff Fluval or something. Instead of Fluval, it's Koval, and I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really have any like settings or anything like that. It's either all lights on or like just blue lights on. It doesn't have the ability to like adjust ramp up or anything like that. but I'm sure you could plug it into some sort of controller and, you know, get that set up on it as well. But just having it on a timer, like, it grows my plants great, and I have it, you know, probably 12 to 15 inches off the surface of the water, you know, suspended above the tank, and it
Yeah.
grows the dwarf sage all the way down at the bottom of the tank really well. So
Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, if it works, it works. Although I'm sure there are many people that would probably yell at you about that. I mean, it works, right?
yeah, I mean, you can use shop lights. I'm even growing, you know,
I
plants
got a
out
lot
of
of
those
Val. All
cheap
I had was a
fluorescent
T5, and I
hoods
got a
that
bunch
come
of
with
Val.
your cheap Aqueon hoods.
Can you still see it, or is it?
Right there.
Okay. Wait, what? Is it on full screen? Still on full screen. Sorry.
Oh,
I'm using my.
I see that
What?
little shadow they're talking about. In the,
What
like,
shot?
background back here. It's like a shadow of me, kind of way back there.
Oh. I have this 30 or my brother's 30-gallon, but I don't have a tripod out here for it, and I didn't really want to set it up because I'm just doing it for the moment. So I'm using a chair and a jacket.
Freaky Fish Lady,
Or
I don't
sweatshirt.
change my
Hey,
timer.
Holly.
Then again, like, it does kind of, you know, suck not necessarily getting to enjoy my tanks like all the time. But I mean, I guess it's just an hour difference or whatever. So yeah, I don't adjust my timers. I just keep them set year round. So half the year, like, my African cichlid tank turns off at like 10:30. The other half of the year it turns off at 9:30.
Well, I
that
think
big
for
of-
me, I have a Casa Wi-Fi light timer, so that's not as bad. I think it automatically does it. I could be wrong.
But even like, you know, switching your timer like an hour ahead can you know, cause a tank to balance, cause a bunch of outs. So
What?
changing like your light schedule and like shifting it an hour like instantly just over one day can you know, cause some issues in tank imbalance and cause a bunch
Do you
of
mean
outs.
if you add? Do you mean if you add, or if you add an hour, or like?
No, if you
just
literally change it, I'm just like daylight savings time. If you're just like, all right, I'm just gonna make, you know, I'm just gonna shift it an hour, so nighttime is gonna be 1 hour longer versus what it was the night before, and then it's gonna
that
go in.
actually does something? Are you
Yeah,
serious?
it
That
does
actually
something.
changes it?
You're changing the life cycle on your tank in a
But
way. Like,
but
and
it does
if you
this.
do it
But what
if you
I'm
do it
saying is,
instantly, it changes something. Yeah, like it's better to like change it, you know, a few minutes over the course of a few days, you know, and change it 10 minutes one day, 10 minutes the next day, and you know.
the reason I'm asking is because I would have thought that daylight savings time, it would have done that already. Like, because daylight savings time, technically, it still changes. I mean, the light cycle changes.
But in actuality, daylight savings time is it's an imaginary thing. Time doesn't actually change. The
No,
progression of sunlight,
the amount of time, like, but the
the
amount of time,
progression of
like, there's light. The
sunlight
whole reason, but
changes
the whole,
progressively.
but the whole, but the whole reason why we have daylight savings time is because the time of day and the amount of hours that the sun is out changes.
Right, but it doesn't happen instantaneously. We
True.
don't go from summer solstice to winter solstice in one day. We don't go from the 18-hour light periods to the 12-hour light.
But you're not changing the time at all. You're not changing the amount of time it's on, just the time
Right,
that
but
it's
you're
on.
instantly just changing the day. Like, so what do you decide? Is the light on for an extra hour that day when it switches, or is the light off for an extra hour when it switches? Because no matter what, you have to switch your dial forward or backwards. So when you do the daylight savings time, either it's getting an extra hour of daylight or an extra hour of nighttime, or you're losing an hour of daylight or losing an hour of nighttime and getting an extra hour in that sense. So like, I just leave my timers where they are, and yeah, I don't know. That's just me. But like I said, I have some of my tanks set up on one specific light cycle period, and I have some of my other tanks on a little bit different ones, the ones that I want to view longer, or in different areas of my house. Like my fish room is basically set up to turn on at like 10 a.m. and turn off at 7:30 normally, but then it switches at like daylight savings time to 11 and 8:30. But whereas like my living room is set up to like turn on at like 11 and then turn off at like 10:30 because these tanks have a lower light and they can go for a longer period of time without soaking up the same algae. And that's just how it is. But yeah, daylight savings time was made for farmers, but farmers don't really care about daylight savings time. They're gonna wake up when the sun comes up, and they're gonna do that before the sun comes up. No matter whether it's 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. It sounds like you're urinating. Bye, Kevin. Oh,
What? Yeah. Well, I'm doing a slow slow drops into the tank, so
yeah.
it does sound like that, but hey, Casual Aquatics. I think I'm probably going to come back in like 20 minutes to check on it. Because it's a 5-gallon bucket and it doesn't look like it's dripping much into it, which is good. But that also means that I don't have to be back for a little. Although I also don't want to flood the floor, so.
Yeah. Exactly, too. The idea was to help farmers, but in reality, it didn't do anything for the farmers because they're going to wake up at the same time, whether it be 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. Like they wake before the sun comes up, and all their animals have food and all of that before the sun comes up. By the time the sun's up, they're milking the cows and doing all that stuff. So it doesn't matter what time it is to them.
I mean, they really go by the time the sun, not
Exactly. They live by the sun, not by what their watches say.
I could also see it being partly railroadish for time scheduling. Because 6 o'clock should be, in most places, 6 o'clock p.m. is like dusk. But at a certain time, it's night. So they would change it.
Yeah.
And I would not leave that going without watching it, Kev. That's
Why?
how you flood. That's how you flood things.
Why?
That's how you flood things.
That's helpful, Roundhouse.
I thought so.
If it's going, why do I need to be here?
Because not watching stuff drain is how you flood things. Am I speaking a different language that I don't know about?
I mean, I set up a drip acclimation on one of my on my brackish tank when I had my bumblebee gobies. Like I set up a drip acclimation on them, and it was going like 1 drop a second or whatever, and so I straight up left the house and I was gone for like 2 hours, and I came back and it was
full.
still going, and It was totally fine. Like I could have left for like 3 more hours. That little container they were in still wouldn't have been like in worry of really overflowing.
Well,
So,
you were dripping too. He's not.
Yeah.
That's what
not a
I'm
drip.
doing.
That's not a drip.
No, you're have a straight like stream going. Like it sounds like you're urinating. That's not
Yeah.
a drip. That's a stream.
That I guarantee. Yeah, I can hear by that's not a drip. A drip is
This
drip.
is
Drip.
a drip.
No, what you were doing was a stream because it was constant water sound.
Drip sounds like drip, 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 drip. You got a
Yeah.
straight. You got the whole stream going, man.
This is a drip.
Well, now I don't hear anything.
Now I don't hear it, but before that was not a drip when you were talking about leaving.
No, I did not. What?
I sent you an $80 book.
Okay, thank you.
So as a PDF.
Oh, thank you.
Dribble. There you go. That's the word. It was a dribble, not a drip.
Yeah,
Dribble,
but
drip.
it's also in a 5-gallon bucket.
Yeah,
Not
you'd be
much water.
surprised at how fast you can fill up a 5-gallon bucket.
Drip.
Hell, you'd be surprised on how fast you can fill up a 15-gallon bucket.
Yeah.
I use a garbage can, and there's times where I did it once. I walked away. Man, I was so close. I was literally like an eighth of an inch from the rim.
I mean, yeah, sometimes you just get sidetracked too, and you just kind of forget what's going on. You might set it
Yeah,
up,
that never happens. That's
get
why I
into
set
a
a
screen
timer.
conversation and just be like, I totally forgot that I had new guppies and they were drip acclimating. Because that happened to me too. Like, I was like draining a tank so I could like, move it. Like there was no fish in it or anything. I just was doing like a water test on it basically, and then I started draining it, and it was in the kitchen over here, and I come in here and I sit down here on the couch, and I think I started like a YouTube video or something like that, and then all of a sudden I hear the water starting to spill out over on the hard floor out there. I'm like, oh no. And I caught that, but it's like, even being, just a few feet away from it and pretty much catching it right away, there was still a good amount of water on the floor, but I was running, a full siphon, not just a little air hose, but still, like you'd be surprised.
I use the mini python, the gravity fed mini python, which is like a little bit bigger than air hose size.
I think that's what this is.
Yeah, that is. I can tell by the size of the tube. It's roughly the same. And I can fill a 15-gallon garbage can in 10 minutes.
Yeah. I say I've even, drained a tank pretty quickly just using actual airline.
Oh, yeah.
I use airline for my nano tanks, my little 4-gallon bowls and stuff like
Look
that.
how many guppies there are.
My goodness.
Why'd you buy so many?
I didn't.
Given to him.
Oh.
Somebody's like, hey, I have too many guppies. You want
My
some?
cousin. My cousin.
I would
said
say
she
I
had
can
too
only
many.
I can only hold X amount.
Why? I have the space.
Yeah.
I have the space. I've got a little pond I can put them in. I've got like a 30-gallon Rubbermaid barrel that I can put them in.
You don't want to put you don't want to put fish in your water container.
It's not in that 50-gallon barrel.
Oh.
Mini ponds are fun, Adele.
Yeah.
I said a sterilite bin, like a 30, 40 gallon, like a 30, 40-gallon sterilite bin.
Okay. I thought you were talking about your water holder pan.
Yeah.
Nope.
But mini ponds are fun.
Yeah. I'm planning on doing one.
I even plan to kind of turn this little fish bowl in front of me into like a mini pond.
I was kind of
Piece
thinking
of
about
wood on
doing
it
that.
has an interesting dip on the top, and it just like hooks right on the side of the bowl to where I kind of have an idea to run like a very, very small pump like up and actually turn like the piece of wood into like a little miniature waterfall to kind of keep water movement in there.
Yep. All you need is a little Rio pump.
Yep. Or one of those like cheap little like fountain pumps or something like that. It's
Fountain
gotta-
pump is a
gotta
little
be-
too strong.
Yeah, it's got to be a
Uh,
really, really small pump.
That's why I suggested the Rio. I don't know if they still do it, but the Rio used to have a slide bar where you can drop it down to 60 gallons per hour, and then it went up to 90 gallons per hour.
Oh, I think 60 gallons per hour is still too hard. I need something that's like
Yeah, you also clamp the tube.
20 gallons an hour or like 10 gallons an hour.
So then it's really not 60 gallons per hour. And then wouldn't that create back siphon?
Sometimes
It would create back pressure, sure.
depending on where you clamp the tube, it might actually create too much pressure. Especially going in the upward way and stuff. I don't know. I have an idea on how to do it. It would be functional. I've already kind of water tested it to a point, not actually actually having the tube going up and being fed by a pump, but just pouring a little bit of water into the little basin that's already made. It works.
Another idea is put a bunch of elbows. Each time water turns, it slows down.
Yeah.
What? Really?
Basically, or just have an extra long extension of tube to where it just like it has to get further away from the pump. Maybe even make like a loop or something. And that.
But if you do a loop, it actually it doesn't restrict it enough. That's why I said use elbows and make a loop, make a square loop out of elbows. Just elbow it, and that'll cut down on it.
Yeah.
I would not have thought that would be better because that's not technically restricting any water flow.
Oh, yeah, it is.
But
every time it makes a 90-degree angle.
No, it's not restricting any water flow.
Right.
It may be
not restricting the water flow, but it's getting.
It may be
it's
redirecting it, but it's not restricting it.
Think about how fast the water is moving right next to where your hang on the back filter is, versus how fast the water is moving on the other side of the tank. Like it comes out hard right next to the pump, but further away it slows down. So as long as you have
it adds resistance.
10 inches of hose versus 5 inches of hose, it's going to then slow down by the time it got to that 10th inch. So,
not really.
Whether it be, just looping around the piece of wood a whole bunch of times versus going straight up, it's going to be more hose to run through, so it's going to be slower flow by the end of it.
No. Unless it has actual resistance, it won't slow down. That's why I said the 90-degree angles. If you just coil a tube, it just stays in the tube.
Yeah.
You'll get the amount that your pump takes in will be the amount that your hose puts out. If you use the likewise like size hose. Another idea would be increasing it to a bigger hose. That would bring it down some, not as much as 90 cell.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, you guys really think that I can't just walk away from that? It's a 5-gallon bucket and there's no water in there. And it's like a very little trickle.
How long are you going to walk away? And are you going to set a timer?
20 minutes and yes.
I mean, hey, if you set a timer and you're confident that it's going to work, then do your thing. We're not going to tell you what you can and can't.
I was going to come back in 5 minutes to check on it, but it's slowly going. going to take at least 20 minutes to go.
Make sure you actually set a timer because I mean, everybody
Well,
knows
yeah.
that these streams or whatever, time can go by really quick.
Oh,
Next
heck.
thing you know,
It
you've
was
streamed
so
for 3 hours.
funny. It was so funny. I talked to Post Seaweed did her first stream, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday or 2 days ago. And it was funny. She's like, wow, I've been going 2 hours, something like that. And she's like, wow, I've been going for a long time. Now I see how you guys can go for so long. I don't feel like I've been going for that long. I'm like, yep. Goes by really quickly.
Like, at least with me, the first like 10 minutes of a stream seem to take forever.
Well, that's sometimes
because
it's
it's
by
like
yourself.
you're getting everything rolling. And I mean, if you have a plan already, most of the time you just get like right into it. But if you don't really have a plan on the stream, you're just kind of like
never have. What do you mean? I never have a plan.
rolling, waiting for people to kind of come in and start chatting and get past the hellos, and then you just kind of get into it. And then next thing you know, 2 hours are past.
Yep. Nope, that's exactly how I feel. I'm like, where'd the time go?
Yep.
I feel like I just started talking. Where's my air pump? Oh.
Yes, this is the same house. He's in his brother's room.
No, the living room.
Oh.
My brother's tank is... Have I never told this story? So my brother so we have a tank, and I think he caught a turtle. So he decides to put... We had a turtle a while ago. One, it died because the other one was a bully. And then I think my dad had the other one, and it ran away and got...
You sound like a robot, Kevin.
Huh?
You
What
sound
was
like a transformer right now.
So we ended up, later we ended up getting, I think my brother ended up catching a turtle.
Your audio's jacked, Kevin.
What?
Your audio's jacked. It sounds like you're underwater.
Okay, give me a second then. Be right back.
It sounds like you're a transformer that is drowning. And now that transformer just blew up.
I'm waiting to hear, I've fallen and I can't get up.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay. So my brother decided he was going to get a turtle, another turtle, because the other two passed away. We got those when they were young, I think from like a carnival or something. So my brother gets another turtle because he caught it, and he decides, well, I'm going to use that, or I'm going to take that one and put it inside of my tank. So we use this tank. And then after a little while, I decided, okay, I don't want that turtle. I want to get some guppies. Of course, my brother didn't want that. So like 4 or 5 months go by because that 55-gallon tank was at my grandpa's house. And, well, actually, yeah, that 55 was at my grandpa's house. So we finally get it and set it up. And then my brother says, oh, yeah, I don't really want the turtle. So we ended up getting rid of the turtle, and he decided to start up a guppy tank. And I'm like, really? That's exactly what I wanted to do. And I wanted to use this tank, but my brother didn't want to. So finally, once I got mine, when I was going to start mine, he decided, I want one too. And so both of us have some guppy tanks, but his is out here in the living room.
Then why isn't he doing it?
Smaller.
Why are you doing it and he's not?
Because it's my brother, and he doesn't like doing it. The same as I usually am the one that bugs him to go change the water.
Then
Thanks,
tell him
buddy.
he can't have fish anymore.
Kevin, have you gotten your cakes yet from Bunny Viper?
No?
Okay. Well, she wants you to email her when you get your cakes.
I didn't even know they were shipped. Yeah, I didn't know they were shipped. And I'm pretty sure she should have my address because it was on the box that I sent her.
Yep.
Let's see.
I'm pretty sure she shipped them because she's been asking a few times whether or not you got them. And you haven't seen chat, so.
Yeah, Kevin's
No,
not paying
I'm
attention to
looking
chat.
Roundhouse, my chat is on my iPad, and my iPad is on the chair because I have a janky ass setup right now.
Yeah, that's what I said. He's not paying attention to chat.
Well, I can't even see chat. There's a difference.
Right. You'd have to see it in order to pay attention, and since you can't see it, you're not paying attention to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for me, in order for me to actually start paying attention, I'd have to actually see chat, which I can't see.
Yeah, which you wouldn't be able to see anyway because you're doing a water changer, which
Well, I'm not doing a water change right now, but apparently I have to watch it. And since I'm worried that I don't, or
Bye,
I'm
Bunny.
worried. What?
Bye, Bunny Viper.
Oh, night, Ivy. Let's see. I'm gonna
like whatever was mailed on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Honestly,
Today's Thursday.
Yeah.
Today's Thursday. This would have been 2 days.
It's a holiday today. It's not. Today doesn't count.
But today would be 2 days.
It doesn't count because it's a holiday.
But
yeah,
but
it
would have been.
Tuesday.
I'm saying it would have been 2 days today, but priority usually takes about 3 days.
Yeah, I don't even know if they're going to be doing stuff tomorrow. A lot of places are closed tomorrow too.
Well, at least she ain't shipping fish. That's all I can say.
Why? We all know fish can survive in a box for up to a month per Dan.
Yeah.
Dan got his like what 45 days later, and they were still alive.
Per the way he does. Well, I don't even know how that's possible or how he can.
Fish can survive a long time without food.
And I think he ships
food, but what about air?
Individually, pretty much, you know. Whereas,
that
if you get a box of feeder fish, that box ain't gonna survive for a month.
No,
it's not even gonna last a week.
Yeah, if you have one or two fish in it like he did, yeah, no problem. I think no problem.
Yeah, I've never bought from Dan, so I wouldn't know.
He ships it like everyone else.
I know he ships really well. He uses, RO water that he's remineralized, and he, adds oxygen and everything, like super high quality shipping. And I'm pretty sure everything is individually shipped, like per fish.
Yeah.
Except maybe like, I don't know, like some of his like small schooling fish.
Well, I don't know if Aquatic Arts
I don't think you would waste the time shipping Harlequin Rasboras individually. But
you'll get an email when Aquatic Arts ships.
I didn't buy them for myself though, so it would have gone to somebody else. It wouldn't have gone to me.
But it was bought under your account though. So you would get when you go into your when you go into your account and go under your sales, that sale would show up.
Oh, okay. I guess I should go check then, because I have not checked to see when they'll be delivered or get shipped, rather. Yeah, it's not even halfway full. And it's been how long? an hour already, and it hasn't even been halfway full. I don't think it was totally an hour, but it was close to that. Maybe 45 minutes ago that I started dripping. I don't remember.
Drip,
Well, if you're
drip,
dripping, you should probably go see a doctor about that
she drip.
because that's not normal.
Well, I also gave crabs to people and didn't end up
Yep.
going, so why do I need to?
Crab. Mr. Krabs.
Crabs.
I fed the new angels a whole batch of brine shrimp today. Oh, they loved it.
Yeah.
And they obliterated the batch within probably 15 minutes.
Nice.
So I see you looked at email that we talked about a while ago. Or actually, it was Brienne. I don't know why she was looking up brine shrimp. Thought it was you, but it was Brienne. She was looking at an email that I forwarded her.
Brine shrimp direct. Did you see the Bennett Weldon tank name? You don't want RO units.
What?
Aquaballs asked if you saw the video Weldon tanks made. And it said you don't want an RO unit to keep fish. Why don't you want an RO unit? I thought everybody wanted an
Yeah,
RO unit.
that goes against everything everyone knows. Because I'd like to hear that too.
He
So
says that
I don't think I need an actual RO unit. I just like a nice carbon filter system to just, remove
he
most
says
of
that
the super harmful
I've watched
stuff
his
and then
videos, and I think
drop
the reason why I think he says you don't really need an RO unit is because you should keep the fish that are good in your water, and you shouldn't need to change the chemistry.
Yeah.
And fish will adapt.
Yeah. Unless you're specifically trying to, breed discus or
Angels.
German
I want to say
ram.
some rams. Some tetras, I think. Chocolate gouramis.
Yeah, exactly, Steven, because trying to make fish keeping as uncomplicated as possible is way better in the long term.
Who says that?
Steven
Oh,
P.
yep. And since there are so many guppies, I'm putting an air stone in here. Or a sponge filter. While drip acclimating.
Yeah, like an actual true RODI unit, not only are you paying for the unit, then you're paying to remineralize your water afterwards.
Yeah.
Like I just like to get a carbon filter to remove the heavy
Well,
metals, the
then
fluoride,
again,
chloramines,
Danny,
chlorines, and stuff like that, and just
an
drop
RO
it down.
an RO is not an RODI unit. They are different. I don't think everyone needs an RODI unit, but RO unit, yeah, pretty much anyone can use them.
What's the difference? I'm still confused.
RODI is it takes more out of the water.
But I think
Yeah,
aqua-
but you don't
I think
know
the point
what.
that he's trying to make too is if you have water that's not soft or whatever, then just don't try to breed soft water fish.
Yes,
Just
breed what you
stick
can
to your
breed
hard
in your
water.
water.
And that's kind of what I'm doing too. Like, not only am I just not that
I don't agree
interested
with that at all.
in Discus or German Rams or whatever, but I have super hard water here in St. Louis. Like, so I have like perfect water for like live bearers and African cichlids and stuff like that. So that's mostly what I end up keeping.
And I have really soft water, so I don't have any soft water or hard water fish. I don't really have any cichlids besides the angels, but then again, they're South African.
Those are soft water fish anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that and besides that, besides the pistos and angels, I don't have any other hard water cichlids except
They're not
the
hard
Neos.
water.
So
The Neos are the only other thing that I have, but
it's technically illegal to collect rainwater in the United States.
what?
Yeah.
GRB said he collects thousands of gallons of rainwater every time it rains.
Yeah, technically it is
In
illegal
the
to
United
collect rainwater.
States, it's illegal to collect rainwater.
It's
How?
a DNR charge
Why can't? Why?
because
How?
it's illegal.
How? Why is it illegal to collect?
Oh, the
water
reason
that-
why is, a very complicated answer that we don't have time for, and YouTube
Yeah,
probably.
pretty much what it comes down to is you're stealing water from the environment.
But it's
It's
water.
a Department of Natural Resources charge.
But it's
It's like a forest preserve.
It's free.
Water and
It's
stuff like
free.
that.
You should. I don't understand that.
No, it's not free. 'Cause
Why is it?
technically you don't own it, so it's not yours, so you can't say it's free.
But it's free because okay.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm saying
Because of the
I'm
United
speaking
States
I'm
government.
speaking in their terms of thinking right now. The people that made the law. It's not yours. You have no right to it. It's supposed to go into the ground and fill up the streams and stuff like that are natural streams and all that. Because you think of it, if everyone collected rainwater, nothing would go into the ground. Everyone would collect it.
Well, with that argument, then you shouldn't be able to dam the Hetch Hetchy because that was a natural resource. Yet we still did.
Well, okay, Aquaballs, that's
It's- the
different.
water's
You're in
still there.
California where you're having a water shortage, and like, all the avocado trees and almond trees you have over there, sucking up all the water. So
Yeah.
you guys have to collect rainwater, and then the collecting of the rainwater then goes to the avocado trees and the almond trees and stuff like
What it
that.
pretty much comes down to is they can't tax you on it.
Yeah.
That's why it's illegal.
But you can't say you can't collect something when you don't own it.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Because they cannot tax you. How are
But
they going to tax you
California-
that water?
But you don't own. Okay, but just saying, you don't own. Nobody owns rainwater, correct?
Technically, the United States can say they own the rainwater that falls in the United States.
But if you collect it first, it doesn't fall on U.S. soil, technically.
Oh, sure it does. Falling through the air is enough. They own the airspace.
Okay. Uh-huh.
If laws were logical, we wouldn't have
Okay,
something.
you've got a point.
And don't get pissed at me. Get pissed at the government people
I'm
that
not
figure these
pissed
out.
at you. I can only talk to you right now. So you're the one that I'm talking to.
I'm the de facto governmental guy. Okay, great.
But what was it? Yeah, Mississippi hippie, those carbon block filters. That's exactly what I was, talking about. That's what I really want. And that's actually what Lady Diane uses. She has a big old carbon block filter that she runs.
GRB, not necessarily.
Collects it into a big trash can and then uses it for water changes.
GRB, depending on where you are in the U.S., the rainwater could be dirtier than piss water that's in a puddle.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had it actually be enforced, like on collecting
No.
rainwater. But then again,
Actually, no, I have seen it enforced.
System or something like that. So
A dude got busted. I was watching the lawyer talk about it. A dude got busted in the U.S. for collecting rainwater. I can't remember what state it was because this was a couple years ago. But yeah, they have charged people with it. And honestly, like around Pennsylvania with all the steel mills, I don't think I'd trust the rainwater.
yeah, and Stephen brings up a big point too. That also it's like it's not so much the collecting of the rainwater; it's the distribution of it.
Chewy.
Same way with the glowfish, copyright and stuff. The copyright doesn't actually say it's illegal for you to breed the glowfish. It's just, it's illegal for you to market yourself as the glowfish people and try to sell glowfish in competition with Tetra,
Yeah. You could just call it something different.
Has anybody ever heard of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration from the U.S. Department of Commerce?
Yes.
NOAA, I love NOAA. NOAA's my favorite NOAA is one of the best governmental agencies ever.
That is who owns the water.
Okay.
Yep.
But how can you own water?
Atmospheric Administration, Kevin.
But how do you own water? How do you own water when it's not even yours to own?
Well, how do they charge for bottled water? It's not their water to own.
Your National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration owns your water, state by state.
No, let's rephrase that. Because I think they're limited to navigatable waters.
Yeah, but once it goes into the atmosphere, it becomes gas.
Yeah.
And that happens constantly, whether or not that is a flow through normal waterways or by atmospheric movement. Okay?
But it's right in their title as well. They own the atmosphere as well.
Exactly. So they own all of the water.
For any of these that you don't know, NOAA is the weather place.
But that's the magic of capitalism.
Yeah.
All the weather reports that you see, they all come from NOAA, pretty much.
That's right. That's right. NOAA controls a lot of things, especially in the oceans.
All the radars that you see for weather radar, those are all NOAA radars.
When you're talking about all of the great parks that are in the sea, that's all run by NOAA, not by a state government. That's run by NOAA. Anything in the ocean is run by NOAA.
NOAA.
In your
water, they call themselves NOAA, and they own like the rain and all that stuff.
Exactly.
Well, it's NOAA.
Ironic, isn't it?
It's just an acronym.
Are they going to eventually flood the earth?
And it's governed state by state. And if there's a low percentage of waterfall, like Colorado reported one year, they just make it illegal to collect water.
Mm-hmm.
In some of these states, you don't want to be collecting their water. Look at Hawaii. It's all full of volcanic soot that makes your pH harder than rock.
That, and then, gosh, the white phosphorus and the other stuff that's in the rainwater coming down. Like,
yeah.
They don't want you. They also just don't want you testing the water, and finding out
exactly. That's a lot more of the issue right there. You nailed it on the head.
I mean, seriously, if you go out and you collect a small sample of your rainwater, you actually look under a microscope at everything, especially using like an electron microscope, like you'd be
surprised at what you see.
Fine.
I had to come up and protect you, Roundhouse. That's why I brought it up.
Oh, I was getting there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I knew that you would, but I thought, hey, I got to protect Roundhouse here.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah.
Roundhouse needs protecting, really?
Yeah,
Well, you're the
not
one
really.
that made him in that position. So I went, no, he's not in that position.
Yeah.
I want to find out if
Well, I wasn't saying, I was
why.
not saying I don't believe him. It just seems odd.
Oh, it wasn't just
Well,
you,
it's not
Kevin.
odd at
Chat
all.
started getting kind of like, what are we even talking about? It's just like, no, we're talking about, you know, stuff that's actually true. Like,
Yeah, I don't talk about shit I don't know about.
Have you
That's
ever heard
debatable,
of
Roundhouse.
the
Sometimes you talk out of your
water
ass.
treaty between Canada and the United States? How much water flow has got to flow through that every minute?
Yeah,
They take a speed of water about how fast the water is traveling day by day.
Okay, so what about a well water?
BRB, you make a very good point about using our democratic rights to vote them out, but you know that's a whole another level of stuff that we just don't have enough time to talk about.
Okay, I'm curious. What about well water? Because aren't
What
you
about
getting that from underground?
yeah,
But
Yeah.
that's okay because technically
But
it is.
yeah, because you pay
That's the
taxes
whole
on it.
thing about, you know, it's a legal collection of water to a point. Like even like Steven said, you know, that Utah is the strictest, and then you're allowed to collect rainwater up to 25, you know, 2,500 gallons, I believe, a year or something like that on your own private property. But that's, you know, in the form of like a well or something like that. It has to be, you know, that form of a system.
They
Like,
come
that
once a
seems
month,
stupid.
Kevin, on my well, they come once a month and check the reading on the well, and then they charge the building tax appropriate for how much you've used in that month.
That seems effed up. That seems like a natural resource that you should be able to use.
It's not yours to use, though. It's a natural resource.
But it's natural, therefore it's for everyone.
No,
It should be there for
Not
everybody.
No, yeah, it
We
is
don't-
for everyone.
we don't
It is
live
for
in
you,
a
your specific building, though.
Unicorns and unicorns.
In essence, you're buying you're buying the public water.
But they
Water is
shouldn't-
public. It's not yours to use.
But then
Well,
how?
you
But they
gotta
shouldn't.
pay.
Okay, but then you could also say that they shouldn't be able to do that because it's not theirs to tax you on because it's not theirs.
So
It is
It's
theirs.
public. No, but
speaking
it's
of
public.
natural stuff and all this crap and, you know, things being out of our control and all that.
It's the same thing with the police station. It's not your
apparently
building, but you pay for it. It's public property. You don't have the right to go anywhere you want to, though.
So there's this company called Spire, and they own like pretty much all the natural gas pipelines here in like the St. Louis area. And apparently there's something coming down where they've now found out that like their natural gas pipelines are like all illegal or something. I don't know if it's a new law that came around where it just now made the pipes legal or something. But basically, soon there's a huge possibility that, you know, everybody in the St. Louis area is going to lose their heat, you know, right here at the start of winter.
Wow.
Yeah, that'll never happen. They'll push it. They'll have to.
I would think that there'd be too many people that would be.
You know, it sucks that I actually want to fight for them to actually have the right to have an illegal pipeline or whatever, just so I don't lose my heat. But I like to get off of natural gas anyway and switch my house over to full electric.
That's the wrong thing to do.
But I hate
Sure.
electric too, yeah.
Well, you think of it. The more stuff that goes on electric, the more stress put on the electrical grid, which means the more blackouts and brownouts you're going to have, which means the more fish are going to die for fish keepers.
Exactly. That's the whole thing that happened.
All
down
these
in
people
Texas.
are going to electric cars, and once they realize how much it is for that electric car, they're selling them now.
How much it is?
I don't know if it's
Yeah.
because they're too old or if they're unsafe or something like that, but yeah, that's
The lady's electrical bill went up like $14,000 a month now because she charges her Tesla at her house. every
Oh
night.
yeah, we don't charge our Tesla at our house. We test it. We charge
Yeah.
it at a charging station.
Yeah,
And it's free.
which means you got to leave your car somewhere.
But it's free.
Yeah, but you got to leave your car somewhere. It's not secured.
Well, I mean,
Then you got to walk to your car. What the point is walking? You bought a car to drive, not to walk.
You know what also stinks about the having like a full-on electric ran car like that is, I mean, look how easy it is to hack into the systems of, like Facebook and things like that. Like, people can
Wait
hack
until
your self-driving car and make you drive yourself into a building, and
wait until there's an EMP.
suicide or something like that when they intentionally did it to get rid of people.
Wait until there's an EMP, and then tell me how good your car is that doesn't move at all, and never will again.
What?
When an EMP hits, that electrical car is fried. There's nothing that can be done. It's now garbage.
Man, every car that's been made in the last 15 plus or 15 years or so has a full-on like electric ran engine basically that's run through a microchip, and all the systems are run through electricity.
Yeah,
so
but you can pull that.
Going to shut it down anyway.
You can pull all that and put a carburetor on it and run it the old style, if need be. On an electric car, there's nothing to pull off.
Yeah.
I mean, you're done.
You need a car that's like older than 15, 20 years, and then you'd be fine for the most part. But yeah, an EMP is gonna knock off everything. Your phone's not gonna work.
Phone, computer, lights on your house, nothing will work. But your car will, if it's old enough. And if it's too new, you just, like I said, rip everything out, rip all the computer crap out, and put carburetor on. Because the engine itself doesn't change. I mean, pretty much the engines that they make now are the same engines that they made, 100 years ago. They're all basically the same thing. Crankshaft, pistons, connecting rods, cams, valves, chains that connect everything to make it all time.
Well, she also, as she might be paying $14,000 a month on her electric bill for more than just that Tesla.
I mean, I'm not.
Probably also got a multi-million-dollar home running a whole bunch of other automated smart home stuff and all that other crap too.
Well, according to her, the change came when she started charging the car.
Yeah.
May also be the time of season too.
No, not really.
You use more electricity and more gas.
In a northern state, yeah.
0.056 cents per mile.
That's bullshit. No, that's impossible.
Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure overall the electric charge is about the same as it is for gas prices.
Well, but gas prices fluctuate so much, so you can't.
Oh, just wait until everyone gets a Tesla. You'll see fluctuations in electric big time then.
$40 to charge the battery or something like that.
The thing about it is you gotta remember, they're saying we're running out of electric grid power now. So unless they start building 30 or 40 new power plants in the U.S., it ain't gonna change. It ain't gonna get better.
Go check that water.
Drip, I just did. Drip. Do you see my mud skipper?
Drip, he drip, she drip, we drip.
You see the mud skipper?
Yeah. What about it?
Well, they're out and about, which is good. I don't know. Before I never saw them. Now I do. Now that I have.
Yeah, they got to get used to the tank and everything.
Yeah.
No, I never used to see them when I had one. Now I have three, and they're actually out. I never see that one ever. It's always hiding.
It's scared of you, man.
Just that one.
Yeah, well, it went through. It has PTSD. It went through a traumatic experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, more than the others.
I am dead.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, because you
mine.
had the tank set
That
up already.
it hasn't even been. It hasn't even gone a quarter full. It's not even quarter full yet. That sponge isn't even full, or yeah, it's not even totally submerged yet.
Hell, California has used so much water from this one aquifer. The land has collapsed 15 feet.
I
The
believe it.
elevation of the land is 15 feet below than what it was 10 years ago.
I believe it because they kind of effed up.
Yeah,
Because they went further down than they were supposed to.
doesn't matter. If you take water from the aquifer and there's less water, it's going to collapse. Doesn't matter if you're deep or shallow. The only thing a shallow would do is you'd run out of water. And then you'd have to pay all over again to have it dug.
My understanding is it was one of the reservoirs or something that was not supposed to be dug so far down, and it was.
That doesn't make sense because the reservoir holds water. It's there to collect it.
But they weren't supposed to use as much as they did.
I don't see that. That would just mean there's more water. If they dug down deeper than they were supposed to, that just means there's more water.
The percentage of water that they used from that reservoir, they went too low. They used too much water from that reservoir.
They let it drain too. Well, that doesn't matter anything for aquifers because the aquifer is below that still.
It was either an aquifer or a reservoir. Sorry, I am not really doubting you all. I'm just doubting. Yeah, I know. I figured as much, GRB.
How dare you doubt the science? Science is nothing but facts and truth, and
Oh, which reminds me, Kevin, you better stop talking crazy because the California government will be knocking on your door if you keep, questioning them on how they shouldn't be able to tax rainwater and shit like that.
It's called freedom of speech?
Nope, California doesn't have that anymore.
Yeah, huh?
Science denier. Ah.
I really love those angels.
How's that tank doing now?
Awesome. It's doing great. The angels are all swimming around.
Versus what? Not swimming around?
Versus being at the top, gasping
okay.
for air. They're acting normal as opposed to gasping at the surface.
I mean, just even looking at the tank from this, far enough away angle, like the tank looks much better. It looks cleaner. The fish I can actually see the fish swimming around and stuff.
I'm actually surprised you can see them, but yeah, they're doing much better. Only other thing I need to do is the pleco tank. The pleco tank is the only one that seems like it's having a few issues right now. But I've been dealing with that, so they should be fine.
So what did you do for Thanksgiving, Roundhouse?
Started getting Christmas shit together.
What?
Started getting Christmas stuff together.
What do you mean Christmas stuff?
Well, being I was at home because I didn't have the car, I started unpacking, getting the Christmas tree out to come upstairs and stuff like that.
Oh, so you mean decorating for Christmas?
Well, no, staging the stuff because I pack it away. It's underneath a staircase.
So So you mean unpacking for?
Yeah, I was unpacking it into the basement so I can,
Packing decorations. Okay, got it.
I guess the correct term was they were in deep storage, so I undeep storage them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Chewy, did you see that new boat that they came out with to clean up the ocean? It's like a barge with a conveyor belt.
And Roundhouse, the only reason I was leaving was to go check on the bucket.
Yeah, oh, you heard it, everyone. He left. You heard it straight from his mouth.
I'm waiting until we find out like the science behind these clean up the ocean barges and stuff like that, where we're gonna find out that they're like a huge issue to like fish, wildlife, and stuff like that, to where
Yeah.
it's like we're gonna have to stop doing that all of a sudden too.
Honestly, I think Japan should be doing it
Well, yeah.
because a lot of the shit is from the tsunami that hit them. It's all their stuff. Not all their stuff, but a big portion of it's theirs.
I mean, I kind of laugh, but it's also just kind of like it's like ironic. Like you guys
That's why
got
they-
hit with a massive natural storm and it blew all your stuff out into the ocean. Go clean up the mess you guys made. Like,
Mhm.
but it wasn't our fault, man. But it kind of was.
Hell, they found a Harley washed up in California from Japan.
My.
A Harley Davidson motorcycle.
Wow.
I have no clue how the hell a bike that heavy could wash up, but it did.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chewy. All this stuff is just ways to make more money. Like, hey, donate, a bunch of money, and every dollar spent pulls a piece of trash out of the ocean. It's like, how do you actually guarantee that?
I've actually seen it working. It's an impressive boat.
Yeah,
It's kind of cool how they did it. It's just like a conveyor belt that they just drive into the garbage and it conveyors it all up into the ship.
yep. Along with all the crabs and the fish and all that stuff too.
Well, they wouldn't be at the surface.
Unless they were gasping for air.
Yeah. Well, this is the ocean, not one of Kevin's tanks.
Thanks, Roundhouse.
Alarm number 2.
Yeah, it looks like it barely moved, too. Barely moved. The water line barely moved. 'Cause I just went out and checked on it. It's slowly going. Slowly trickling.
Next thing you know, you're going to hear his dad screaming, "The bucket's overflowing."
Yeah, I almost did that a few nights ago, but luckily it was inside of the bathroom, so it didn't matter. Because there was no hardwood floors.
There's wood floors underneath the tile.
and my parents were asleep. Yeah, but I can still use a towel and suck up the water.
It doesn't stay in the bathroom though. It drains down through the grout. Grout's porous. The tile itself is solid, but the stuff, the lines between the tiles, water will get through that.
Speaking of water going through that, have you guys ever seen that newer technology they've been like coming out with for potential roadways of the street that absorbs water?
Yeah, that just I don't know about that. That just seems like it won't work at all. It might work down south, but not up north. As soon as it freezes, the whole road's going to shatter.
Well, yeah, that's the way that I was thinking about it. That is like, yeah, that's just a way for the road to shatter. But I do think, with all this stuff and technology advancing, we should have come up with a better way of streets already to, prevent like ice and snow better. Like
We have.
Like
what it does
we
is it
have
damages
the
your tires.
technology, like the wires and stuff you put in your mirrors and things like that to melt the snow. Like we can't put the same sort of thing in our roadways. Just use like solar panels on top of the street lamps and stuff like that, just to charge up the
It'll
wires.
never work.
Yeah.
The amount of power you would need to do that is like 3 homes worth for a section of probably 5 feet.
Yeah. I just think there's got to be something better than the good old-fashioned way of throwing rock salt on it and making it melt.
What they need to do is come out with better plows and teach plow drivers actually how to plow.
Yeah.
Because that's the first thing they do. They don't plow, they throw salt down. Dude, that's not going to do jack shit.
Yeah.
You got to plow the snow off first. Then you can throw the salt down. But to throw the salt down before they even plow, you're just wasting salt. But yet they do it everywhere.
Yep.
Exactly, Jay Watts. I'm so full
Kevin,
of food.
Kevin, yep, like he knows what snow is.
Doesn't Kevin live in Northern California?
I thought he lived in like mid California because he's by, what is it, San Francisco? He's around.
I'm in near SF. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you might have seen snow like once before on television or something.
Yeah, he's never seen it actually collect on the ground to like we see it in the Midwest.
Not quite as much, but I do go to Tahoe. If you remember.
Yeah. Right, exactly. Like an under-gravel heater that's solar powered. Like, it's possible they could do it.
It's very, very expensive, and it uses a lot of electric. I have built buildings when I was in construction that in the gyms they had that. That was their heat. Instead of heating the gym air, they heated it from the floor, and it was a astounding failure. The amount of energy it took was outrageous. They ended up stopping it and putting heaters in a year later.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're talking about a massive grid of, solar panels and things like that, they could have this same grid, both running all the street lights, all the stoplights, all that stuff, and the under grid that's, the heat strips or whatever, like, and they could even, make basically a bioluminescent sidewalk that, would make it, safer for pedestrians to walk on the side of the road even. Like, there's a lot of stuff that we've at least even seen in movies that it's practical enough that it could work. It's just, once again, our
Who
government's
are there being
spending
movies?
on garbage versus on stuff that's actually useful.
I don't like that whole bioluminescent sidewalk idea. That would protect that would just negate the whole survival of the fittest even more than we have.
Okay, I mean, in that sense, I kind of get you, but even like those, just the paint that's the dividing paint on the lanes of a highway, they could use bioluminescent paint, and they would make driving that much safer. Just having better markings of lanes.
Well, they already have reflective tape or reflective paint that they
Yeah, and
use.
like they
I mean,
install like those little reflective chips like every like third
no.
fourth line and stuff like that too.
In
So
Illinois, they actually the paint is actually reflective. When your headlight hits it, it gets nice bright yellow.
yeah.
And then, knowing our luck, you'd have the same thing that happened in the watch factories, where all the watch factory people get cancer from the bioluminescent stuff.
Yeah. People have bioluminescent tattoos or glow in the dark tattoos.
Yep.
You would not believe
Oh,
how
we knew.
tough it is to get antibiotics, but I thought Canada was a magical place that had free health care and all that stuff. But you're saying it's hard to get antibiotics? Wow, that's
Yeah,
wow.
free healthcare sucks. I watched a video on that once. That was hilarious.
You watched the video. Yeah, that tells you everything.
It did.
Radioactive.
I will say, it was pretty cool that we went to Europe. My dad tore his ACL, and he got seen in like 2 hours. Was actually supposed to be scheduled for surgery the next day, and it was like $100 or $90, and that was only because he didn't live in
Exactly.
France.
I was just about to say, because he was a visitor.
But it would have been cheaper if he didn't even live there.
Yeah, but it would have taken a lot longer, most likely.
It is kind of funny. A friend of mine told me a story today that she had a friend that like was up in Canada and like got himself like hurt or something like that, and so ended up going to like an urgent care type hospital thing up there. Got himself checked out and was like, pulling out his wallet to get his debit card out and stuff like that. And the nurse medical assistant lady or whatever was like, "Oh, honey, you're in a much better place now." Yeah. I mean, I definitely agree with, some things like that. But it still has to be prescribed. Yeah. Could get mine for free, but it's hard. You have to have teeth and abscess stage to get the antibiotic. Yeah.
Supposedly in Canada, if your fish gets sick, you have to take it to the vet now to get medication.
In the United States, you can pretty much get anything you're willing to pay for. Sorry for all you headphone users.
What?
Oh, just your incredibly loud alarm.
Oh, yeah, well. Ironically, I don't think I can change that.
Yeah, yeah, you can. And notice how he didn't even get up to go check the water because his alarm went off? He's just painting.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the tank's like halfway drained.
Yeah, he gonna go down there. It's all drained.
Dump
Just
water
like
all over the place.
a quarter inch over the gravel. That's it.
Half the guppies are on the floor because they just went over the brim.
Dogs licking them up, eating them.
Can't.
Oh, they're back there. Oh, you're lucky. Those fish are lucky.
Stay.
Don't
He's
talk
gonna
to us
come back.
dogs telling us to stay.
He's gonna come. He's gonna come back. It's only. It hasn't moved. It hasn't gone up anything. How does the water when you're draining something? How does the water level not barely go up? It's like I don't understand that. Isn't that the opposite of filling a bucket?
The ancient Egyptians had amoxicillin in their beer.
It'll be
Yeah.
done in half an hour. 45 minutes. It's not even halfway yet. Thank you very much. And it seriously isn't even halfway.
Called it.
What?
Nothing.
What did you say?
Huh? What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. We're at almost 2 hours.
If you play with fire, you might get burned.
What?
What?
Huh?
Huh?
Who?
7.
Oh.
I might get burned? What?
Oh, Chew is just like, if you drink with this one antibiotic, you could have a heart attack, for an example. And I was like, well, if you play with fire, you might get burned.
Yeah.
Oh.
These things are called antibiotics, as in, like, they kill biotics. And not all biotics are bad. So, like, these things just go into you and they just start, destroying things. So,
Which is why you only take them when you need them.
right? And that's why, it's actually at the same time you're taking antibiotics, you should also be taking probiotics for your gut to, make sure you don't completely throw off your regulatory system. Because your gastrointestinal system really is what, it's the root on your health.
Chewy, stop giving Kevin ideas.
You can make a bomb using like Drano and aluminum foil.
Dude, shit, thermite, drain cleaner, bleach, ammonia, shit, gasoline.
I actually think isn't it Jason from Redfish Bluefish suggest using potassium permanganate to dip your plants in?
This stream has been flagged. Has it really been flagged?
Knowing S, probably not.
No, I think he's just joking or whatever, but I don't think S would be able to see that anyway, unless all of a sudden, like, one of those, like, fact check, COVID-19, like, things popped up all of a sudden.
Here's a fact check true. Don't ever listen to the stupid fact checks on YouTube. Because it has nothing to do with facts.
I don't even listen to I wouldn't
anyone.
listen to
We know.
I think the funniest thing about a lot of those fact check sites is that you actually go to the article that says, like, why they've said it's false or whatever.
Yeah, and it proves that it's true.
It says it's false because we say it's false,
Yeah.
and therefore it's false. It's like, what? Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
fact checkers should start learning to trust the science, like they always say.
I'm waiting for the wiki article to pass up. It is not possible to make a bomb using Drano and aluminum foil. Stop listening to these people, kids.
GRB, I read a lot of books, man. A lot of different books. You'd be surprised what you pick up through the years.
Why did you need to get some potassium permanganate?
Why not?
Because he had to go through all that trouble. So what's
Yeah, you have to go through all that trouble to get water. You were just complaining about how they do it for water, so
But why did he need it?
doesn't matter. He wanted it.
Snopes was one of the first fact-checking sites that was actually proven by other fact-checking sites to be one of the worst fact-checking sites.
What is?
Snopes.
Is that kind of like man? That reminds me of the old Windows where you used to have to update Windows and then update the updates and then update the updated updates.
Yeah.
Like
You
in Windows
just
98
updated
days.
the system. Let's update the system.
Yeah, and it would find another list of like 25 things it would update. I'm like, what the hell, man? Didn't I just do this? Oh, that can't be right, Patty. You're not up here. He said he was looking for it to deworm Tetris.
Oh, those poor Tetras. Get them some ivermectin.
Deworm some Tetras from South America for a store. Shouldn't the store be able to get it? And shouldn't the store do it before you got it?
You can't get fish medications in Canada.
Yeah.
Not, stores can. Stores have to pre-medicate.
No, they don't.
No, I'm pretty sure that's what the big problem is right now up in Canada is that even the
All
stores
medication is now prescribed.
I thought stores can get it, but
No.
people can't. Or
Plus, they haven't been to the store. He's doing it for a store.
But what I'm saying is, I thought the stores should be able to have access to it, but normal people are not, normal hobbyists are not able to.
Yeah, no, that's not how. In essence, it sounds like he's a wholesaler. And from what I'm thinking, the store doesn't have them yet. He's deworming South American Tetras that are bought by a store.
GRB, you have to understand, with me at least, I went to war against people that, were making bombs out of their kitchen and stuff like that. So I had to also understand the science and the mentality and everything going on behind, these people. So not that I ever necessarily wanted to learn it, that I had to learn this stuff. And then some of it is just sort of, general interest. It's amazing what you can make with the stuff that you purchase right out of your, the grocery store.
Yeah.
Yeah, although I'm not sure why I'd want to learn it.
I mean, technically, the baking soda volcano, that's technically a bomb.
Really?
Yeah, it's a very, very low yield bomb. Technically, it's a bomb.
Mentos in a Pepsi bottle or whatever.
Yeah. Baking soda and ketchup.
Baking soda and ketchup. Never tried that.
Oh, yeah, it's hilarious.
Chewy's back.
Chewy?
Maybe.
Yes, I was a consultant at the store. Okay, we got in a shipment of Tetras that have worms hanging out of them, Kevin.
Oh, the red worm? Oh, that sucks.
And they were a horrible worm. And so there's no place in this town to get it.
But I thought that the
Potassium
stores.
permanganate was one of those things that you have to have a vet for before you even went through this antibiotic thing.
But I would have thought
So
the
I had
stores
to
would be able
find
to.
a vet to get me the drug in a hurry. It's not like the pharmacy doesn't have it. I don't have a prescription. You can't get potassium permanganate through your normal doctor. You have to go through a vet. It's a dewormer.
Someone in Minnesota start digging a tunnel into Canada so we can start shipping them the medications like they do with drugs on the southern border.
Yeah, well, we can,
Chewy was
we
up
can
here
probably
defending roundhouse
do
earlier.
the pot
about
run
needle
the
of pot.
opposite way too. You know, we used to run pot seeds down to Washington all the time.
You used to run what?
Marijuana.
Oh,
I live in the best area where marijuana is produced, man. It's called
British Columbia got that BC bud.
exactly.
There was a whole special on Netflix specifically on the BC bud.
Exactly. Danny, do you know that there's BC bud growing in a farm with tilapia?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's in BC, man. It's out in Abbotsford.
I had somebody try to tell me that bud that's grown in a aquaponic system tastes fishy, and I couldn't even argue with them. Like they just had it in their mind, and it's like, no, it doesn't.
So, Kevin, do you happen to know who Dr. Tim Miller Morgan is?
no.
Dr. Tim Miller Morgan is the head veterinarian of Project Piava.
Oh,
That is who I called. I had to phone Boston to get Dr. Tim Miller Morgan's phone number to help me save tetras.
when was this?
Oh, about 10 or 12 years ago.
Okay.
Dr. Tim Miller Morgan was on Jim Carmark's and my show. Jim Carmark is the co-founder of Project Piava with Scott Dowd.
Cool.
Okay? I've done this kind of stuff for a long time.
Been there, done that.
Yeah.
How long have you guys not been able to get these meds?
Potassium permanganate, the government made a rule on its availability after the Oklahoma bombing in your wonderful country.
Where?
Oklahoma.
In the U.S.
Yeah, you don't know about the Oklahoma bombing?
When was this?
Antibiotics to make explosives.
Jeez, man, go look it up, Kev.
When was
They blew
this?
up a whole building
When was this
Guy
roundhouse?
was insane.
15 years ago.
Building.
And yet you can still get potassium permanganate here, and it happened here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're not as crazy as Canada.
Yeah.
We don't carry guns up here, Kevin.
They're a different country. They have different rules.
We're allowed to carry pot.
Damn. Well, yeah. Well, so does Chewy, and you're both from Canada collaboration, so that's why you know about it. Only kids in the U.S. don't know about it.
No, she's from Australia.
Yeah, but he always calls her Canada.
Okay, so the thing was okay, I got to get this drug in a hurry because I know what's going on with it. Because I worked in the wholesale industry too, and I'm going, I need potassium permanganate just in case of worms too. So I'm trying to figure out how I can get potassium permanganate. So how did I go about it? Well, I phoned Boston and I phoned Vancouver to find out if I could use Vancouver aquariums through my cousin, but my cousin was out and I had a rush on this, so I phoned out to Boston to talk to Jim. And then Jim goes, well, why don't you give Dr. Tim Miller Morgan a call?
Or you can do like what Adele said,
It's his
just
number.
fly a drone over the border and have somebody down in Minnesota get you the medication you need.
Yeah.
Honestly, the best place would probably be that one U.S. town that you have to go to Canada to get to. The most northern part of Minnesota. You have to drive around the lake, go into Canada to go back into the U.S.
I think it's not Duluth. That's still, but it's
No, this is like over, over on the west side. There's a little chunk that comes up from Michigan into Canada.
I think
that pet shop, I was the consultant and I did my radio show right out of the pet shop.
I think there's still certain parts of the United States that if you look at a map of Canada from Canada versus like a map of North America like from America, from the United States, the border of like Vermont and some of these other countries is just like it's different depending on which country you're talking to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas Danny,
they made that whole that Super Troopers 2 was based off of that too, where like Canada and Vermont were like fighting over the border.
Oh yeah, Super Troopers 2.
Yeah.
Oh, it's much more different in BC, Danny. We have an area in BC and Washington that we can literally walk across the border and be unguarded.
Yep.
Into where?
But yeah, I mean, seriously
In
though,
Washington.
just send a drone down to Danikin Aquatics, and he'll hook you up with the fish medication you need.
But yeah, like it's West Coast. It's knowing the people around here. Like Dr. Tim Miller Morgan teaches a course in Oregon College, a state college down in Oregon. An incredible course, man.
What is the course?
There's a whole bunch about pathology taking that course. Disease pathology and aquarium biosecurity.
Oh crap, we got another new one?
Which Florida doesn't have. They don't have any kind of biosecurity.
Polly Shore in Biodome.
They have got the worst pollution in any state along the oceans, from what I'm hearing. That's correct, S.
Huh.
Yeah, I was amazed that Adele even heard of the Oklahoma bombing. Huh? Have you ever been there, Kevin?
Oklahoma, no.
One of my friends, he goes up, looks at sites like this, like he does American history, and they did a really, really good job of setting up an area to remember where
I picture Steve Martin running around with a pot and a pan, banging it and saying, Oklahoma, 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 Oklahoma.
I was in Oklahoma the musical at the St. Louis Muni before.
You know that Mrs. Partridge was in that movie?
The Muni at Forest Park.
One of the first movies I ever saw.
What you doing, Kevin?
Yeah, painting. Or at least attempting.
It's in the minerals.
Oh, I thought he was mowing the roof.
Of our soil GRB, we have got something like 9.2 pH in some of the areas of the wild areas of BC. And so there's a lot of outdoor plantations.
Oh, we're peeping down the pipe, and the air is here, when you're here. Dun, 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 dun.
I wonder what the big difference is in Christmas in Australia. No, I'm talking in the woods, okay? Okay, like I don't want cities involved here.
Okay.
Okay, I wonder what the difference would be Christmas in the wintertime in Australia in comparison to Christmas in British Columbia, Canada.
First off, what do you mean winter? Because it's summer there when it's Christmas.
Exactly.
All the songs are talking about heat, whereas like here, all of our songs are talking about snow.
Right. And what kind of things would you hear at nighttime in British Columbia in comparison to what you would hear down in Australia? It's sort of like when you're in the area of BC where I'm at, you hear all of the various different types of birds in the summertime, right? Those bird songs don't seem to be around as much in the wintertime. Some of the birds flock off for the winter, okay?
Oh, flock off.
Yeah, yeah. But meanwhile, we've got a pair of eagles that winterize in this area. We have a pair of bald eagles.
Nice.
Yeah.
There's several bald eagles down in this general area, specifically more in Alton, Illinois, versus actual like St. Louis County. But I've seen them over as far as over here.
But with all of those beautiful birds that would live in the tropical rainforest of Australia, you would think the various different sounds of the birds. If you were out in the wild in the summertime in Australia. Whereas camping out in the wintertime is an art in Canada.
I mean, I just even think about how much different our Christmas songs would be here in the United States if it was like summertime versus wintertime. Like instead of chestnuts roasting on an open fire, it'd be like marshmallows on an open fire, on a campfire, or something like I don't know. Like, instead of let it snow, let it snow, let it snow, it'd be let it grow, let it grow, let it.
Exactly. You know. Or if you really look at it from an Aboriginal side or a First Nation side of it, too, and think of the Silent Night, right? What would their Silent Night music be like?
I mean, if Christmas was the summer here too, Santa definitely wouldn't be riding a sleigh. He'd be like driving some like Mustang convertible or something.
No, he's got 6 white boomers, man.
Well, yeah, that's in Australia, but we don't have kangaroos here.
No.
And the idea of the sleigh just doesn't really make sense either, because traditionally a sleigh is on snow.
Yeah.
So it has to be like a carriage drawn by, you know.
Traditionally, reindeer don't fly either.
Duh.
Or have red noses.
So the flying magical reindeer makes snow appear underneath the sled. Don't you know that?
Yeah. But I'm trying to, rewrite the history of Christmas here. You know?
Oh, good luck.
Instead of celebrating the winter solstice, it's celebrating the summer solstice.
Oh, I see. You're trying.
Oh, you're going for Christmas in July then?
Yeah, like I'm trying to think about if we had Christmas in summer here versus Christmas in winter.
We've had that. We had that for years. The U.S. celebrated Christmas in July. They don't anymore.
Really?
Oh yeah, it was a big thing after World War II because all the people came back and missed Christmas. So they started having Christmas in July.
Did you know that actually Boston did not have Christmas for several years when the Pilgrims first came over? That is a fact.
Yeah, because back then, like the Pilgrims were like deists and stuff like that, trying to be sort of like Christianized and all that, where Christmas was still a very much pagan holiday. So they were very much against Christmas at the time.
And then they found Macy's department store.
Yes. Fish Kid, how's it going? And no, I don't believe Posini is in here at all tonight, which is quite surprising.
Yeah, I think she didn't. I messaged her and sent her the link like half an hour before the stream, but hey Siri, set a timer for 20 minutes.
It's minutes,
counting down. I'm doing 20 minutes because it's not even halfway full and it's been 2 hours.
Is GRB still here?
I would, yeah,
yeah. As of like 6 minutes ago.
I think he means still as in right now, but I could be wrong.
That's what I mean. Right now.
Hey, I'm just giving him the information I'm privy to.
I thought still meant.
Yes, he's still in here, Chewy.
Oh, okay.
Why?
Because, like,
Were you gonna talk about him while he wasn't here?
No,
Yeah, he's not like you, Kev.
but I was working on a song called Silent Night. And I have a feeling it would sound much better with animals from Australia than what you hear around here at night.
I think you're going to have some copyright issues with that title.
No,
No? Okay.
no.
Silent dream.
No, Silent Night was written long before copyright was around.
Yep.
You know, the only thing I'm not looking forward to is hearing Mariah Carey's crappy ass Christmas songs again this year.
See, I think the thing that's most annoying about that song though is that song has been around long enough now to where like other people have done their own version of that song, and working in a retail store, I hear all 10 versions of that song, sometimes one after another.
Yeah. Go back to the classics. You don't need any the classic Christmas songs are Christmassy enough.
Yeah. That's the worst. They pick like 5 or 6 of the most popular Christmas songs, and then they play like 10 different versions of those Christmas songs. And I swear, like, I heard All I Want for Christmas Is You, and then that song ended, and it went straight to another version. All I Want for Christmas Is You, and I was like, oh my God, shoot me in the head now, please. I can't stand most Christmas music. I don't mind some of the classics. I don't mind every so often.
How dare you, Sandy?
Just over and over and over again, day after day after day.
I can listen. I can actually listen to Bing Crosby's Christmas album over and over and over.
Because
But
they're
that's about
going
it.
to.
That's what I
'Cause
mean.
they're
The classic stuff. No, I love that.
Because they're going to a little bit of. They're going to a decent swing of pH. So I want to make sure that they're actually acclimated to the water that we have, because it will be lower. I'm starting to change that tank so that the pH and buffer capacity is there. But right now it's still pretty soft.
Danny, have you ever heard
Adele.
Bing Crosby and what's his name? I can't think of his name. David Bowie. Do Little Drummer Boy?
Yep, I have it.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
That is a classic, man.
That's an excellent song.
Sandy, they tried to get that song canceled. White Christmas.
Oh yeah, because it's about rape. Is that the one about rape?
No, because it was titled White Christmas.
Oh, okay. What's the one that they tried to get rid of because the guy? It was a Bing Crosby song.
That was "Baby It's Cold Inside." Cold Outside.
Okay. Which is I'm sorry, that's the dumbest damn thing I've ever heard.
They did cancel that song. They canceled "Baby It's Cold Outside," and then like a month later, the song "WAP" came out.
What song came out?
"WAP" by Nicki Minaj.
Who?
Or no, Cardi B, or I don't even know. I think it's Cardi B.
Just say one of those new sucky people.
Yeah.
Christmas songs are different in every country, too.
There's also different Santa Clauses in every country.
Exactly.
Come Santa Claus, yeah, come
Like, look at the Christmas song of the Six White Boomers from.
It is not about rape. FFS? What is that?
Look up J.C. Penney Christmas or Santa Clauses of the World or something like that. They did their figurines that you could buy, and in the figurine it would tell you about that specific Santa Claus, like the Swedish Santa Claus, and then the German Santa Claus, and then the Russian Santa Claus. Everyone had their own, and they all did different stuff.
said I didn't know who wrote the song. Not that I don't know who had it. You wouldn't know anything about it, at least not for the last 20 years.
Well, GRB, that could, I mean, some people use chestnuts as an alternative to testicles. So that could be a violence against men in America, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. How is learning something too much info?
It's the info you're providing.
Yeah, that's not TMI.
It is violence against chestnuts, GRV.
I have chestnuts. I'm not offended. Yeah, well, aren't we also? Because we're eating them. I mean, technically.
Kevin,
I look at it.
Chestnut.
I look at it as survival of the fittest.
Okay.
Are we talking about Christmas songs or what?
Yep.
No, we're talking about chestnuts.
Yeah. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
Yep.
Right?
And GRB's comment is chestnuts roasting on an open fire is violence against chestnuts.
Well, sometimes you just got to take one for the team.
Yeah.
I mean,
delicious popcorn if we didn't explode those kernels.
Chicken wings is violence against chickens, but they're tasty.
Delicious violence.
Right.
Danny. How was your Thanksgiving, Terry?
Oh, it was just fine. Enjoyed it.
Did you make your wife a turkey breast?
No, but you missed it. My wife made an appearance on a live stream.
No, I didn't.
No, I was talking to Danny.
Yeah. I was kind of trying to at least tune in and say hello to a couple different live streams, but I was hanging out with friends all day long to where I didn't want to, have my phone out and be looking at YouTube.
Yeah, I saw it. I came in for a little.
I appreciate it, Kevin.
Isn't she upstairs?
Yes.
It's awesome that she was able to get downstairs to come on.
Oh, it took a bit of doing, but we did it.
Well, she came down and it was awesome getting to see her.
I think Adele is asking if she had a nice day. I think she did. She was really adamant earlier in the week about making dressing because we got invited to her daughter's house. And evidently, my wife does not like her daughter's dressing. Evidently, her daughter doesn't do it right. So my wife was really, really, really adamant about we got to make dressing. And I've never made dressing before in my life, and I'm like, sure, So I got her talked into. I was like, we're just gonna make deviled eggs, or can we just bring deviled eggs over there? And she was finally like, yeah, okay, that'll be fine. So I boiled up a dozen eggs, and then we started peeling them. And, her depth perception isn't all there, and her motor skills aren't all that great. So
that was me.
The peeling wasn't all that great. So it wound up we made egg salad instead of deviled eggs.
Hey, either are good, man. I love deviled eggs and egg salad.
Dude, they taste the same. A deviled egg is just a fancy way of serving egg salad.
Basically,
It's the same thing, man.
you put the salad inside the egg white as a shell versus just mashing it all up into one thing.
Right, right. One just looks better than the other. They taste exactly the same.
But man, I love eggs.
So when we got doing that, she started feeling kind of tired, and I was like, "Well, do you still want to go over to your daughter's?" And she was like, she wound up calling her up on the phone, and her daughter was like, "Well, maybe this weekend we'll get together," and I was like, "Okay, I'm cool with that." So she goes and takes a nap for like 10 minutes. And then she woke back up and she was wide awake and bushy tailed, and so she wanted to come down here for some reason. So she made it.
She
But
did it, and it was awesome.
after we got her back upstairs, she was like, "Yeah, I ain't gonna do that again," because the going up part is the hard part.
Yeah, well, I would imagine that would be very tough for her. But it was still awesome seeing her come down. I really enjoyed seeing her come downstairs and come on. It was really nice meeting her.
I appreciate it. I was glad that everybody welcomed her really nice in chat, so it was kind of nice.
Yeah, no, I like that you came on. Thank you for doing that stream. It was awesome. Oh, and then did you also see I don't know if you were going at the same time as him. I think you were. But Merdul also did a stream today?
Yeah, I missed it.
I tuned in on Duel's stream for a little bit. I was a little disappointed that I never got to hear him talk or like see his face or anything like that.
What do you mean you didn't get to see him?
At least every time I tuned in, all I saw was his fish tank, and he was still silent. And he was just chatting.
The whole time he was muted and he never showed his face.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I was disappointed.
So
I got to see him. I never got to hear his voice.
My only point was you didn't miss anything.
Well, right.
I didn't know. I wasn't sure if you knew that he didn't actually come on.
I was hoping, Merdul on a live stream, like I'll finally get to ask him how does he actually pronounce his name. I wanted to hear him say his name.
I know. I always feel so bad about it.
The face behind the awesome music and fish tanks, or fish tank. He does only have the one fish tank, but it's an awesome fish tank.
He only has one now?
Sour gummy bears. Anybody?
I'm pretty sure he only has the one fish tank.
I like Haribo, but I don't know about sour gummy bears.
Haribo gummy bears are the best gummy bears in the entire world, then followed by the Black Forest gummy bears.
Albanese.
Albanese are really good too. They have a lot of different flavors.
Albanese.
What's your favorite flavor or color?
I don't know. The red ones, I guess.
Danny?
I always tend to like the green ones the most. In Haribo, the green is actually a strawberry flavor,
yes.
But in other brands, it tends to be like a green apple.
It's
or a
strawberry,
lime.
and it's my favorite. And I did not know that until a little while ago that it was strawberry. But my favorite.
The Albanese factory is about 20 miles from my house.
Oh.
Nice. I've seen Albanese here in St. Louis. They have I think it's very interesting because, they have like a whole lot of flavors. Most of the time you'll have like 5, maybe 6 flavors in a bag. With the Albanese, you'll have 20 different flavors all in the same bag.
This is the 12. It's a sour 12 flavor.
Nice.
Oh. Yeah, I've never heard of Albany gummy bears either.
They
It's
do
the Midwest.
organic gummy bears and stuff like that. They're really good. Lots of flavor, not like the other sorts of vegan type stuff you end up getting.
Roundhouse, you're awfully quiet.
Why would a vegan be eating gummy bears?
You're right. They should be eating gummy carrots and stuff like that. Those gummy snacks that always trip me up the most, and it took me forever to finally try them, were those like Halloween style gummy snacks that are like a hamburger that's a gummy, or like a hot dog that's a gummy thing. I really thought when I was younger that they were like a hot dog flavored gummy snack, and so I was like scared to even try it. I didn't know it was like a fruit flavored thing that was just in the shape of a hot dog in a bun.
I actually really liked it because it's cool. It looks really cool.
Yeah. Oh, and now that I know exactly what they are, like I love them. Like the gummy Krabby Patties and stuff like that. Those are great.
Yeah, no, I actually like those a lot.
Vegan guitar straps are a thing.
Yes. All the fibers.
What in the hell are they made out of?
They're made out of like bamboo shoots, probably.
What about violin strings?
Yeah, now that'll be some sort of major innovation.
I don't think you can have vegan because they're already like horsehair or something like that.
Well, the bow is
the bow is horsehair, so they'd have to like figure out some sort of like super strong fiber that you could tighten up super hard like that.
What do you think how they figured that out, like back in the olden days when they were figuring out these instruments?
Okay, but there's a lot of shit that I wonder how they found that.
Somebody took a horse's tail and stretched it really tight.
Some of those things I'd be like, why are you trying that? Like, why would you even think of doing that?
People back in the day were smarter and better than nowadays.
You mean
I want to know the story behind the person that first tried magic mushrooms and how many, people died trying all the different sorts of mushrooms before they found out the good ones. And here, Bob, you try it first.
Yeah, try this.
He collapsed. Let's not eat that one. But this one makes him act funny, so let's try these.
It was probably just some guy they caught doing something wrong. You think this is edible? I don't know.
In my opinion, acrylic guitars have to be too thick in order to be functional. And I know some people like to play with those super duper thick picks, but I prefer a guitar pick that has a little bit of a bend to it while I'm going. So if you had acrylic that thin, it would just.
On my acoustic, I play mediums, and on my electric, I use the thins.
Surprised Roundhouse isn't yelling at me.
Of which I'm gonna.
I want. Hey, at this point, I kind of want to see you flip something.
Thanks, Roundhouse.
I want to.
No problem.
Have you ever tried Memphis tuning, Danny?
I don't know. But what is Memphis tuning?
Okay, Memphis tuning is where you take the top two strings and replace them with the okay, you know the difference between a 6-string and a 12-string.
Yeah.
Okay, so the lowest 2 strings have second strings that are an octave higher, so they're thinner. So
Right.
you take the 12-string pack and you take the thin strings for the lowest 2 strings of a 6-string and put those on it. Did that make any sense?
Yeah.
So it basically you wind up with
A
your
6-string banjo, pretty much.
almost it's brighter and sound. So I'm gonna take when I ever get back to the guitar store. It turns out that you can buy a pack of strings that are just made for Memphis tuning, and I just want to give it a try. And then other than that, all your chords and everything are the same. You know, it's not like drop D or something like that.
Yeah. I've
It just
played in open tuning before. That's kind of fun. You know, like the standard tuning for like steel guitars and slide guitars.
right.
It's a lot of fun, you know, and getting a little slide and messing around with that, and you can get the little bit of groove going, the do 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 while still keeping the chord going. It's a lot of fun.
How'd that go
And there's a
again?
lot of YouTube videos out there now about people just trying out all different types of tuning and stuff like that. And in fact, I didn't actually know that. I mean, you mentioned Memphis tuning. Did you know that the intro to "Wanted Dead or Alive" by Bon Jovi has its own special tuning?
No, I did not, but it would make sense.
You cannot play that intro in a standardly tuned guitar. The spread would be like 9 frets or something like that.
You need like fucking.
You would need like a finger spread of like 12 or 13 inches.
And that guy wouldn't have to worry about it because he'd have a girlfriend for sure. How's your bird doing? Oh, I wanted to ask you, where did you get the sounds for the R2D2 that you taught your bird to?
YouTube videos. There's
Oh,
like
come
I just
on.
searched R2D2 bird on YouTube, and like the second or third video that popped up was like a 2-hour long video of R2D2 sounds with a little bit of quiet forest noises and stuff in the background. So the background sounds just kind of get your bird kind of interested in what's going on. And then you just get a random R2D2 sound that pops up. And there's a whole bunch of different ones in there.
So
And
you search R2D2 bird?
yep,
Okay.
just R2D2 space bird on.
Because I tried Googling or YouTubing R2D2 sounds, and I got a bunch of weird stuff. I don't know if it's because of my browser history, but yeah, I got a bunch of weird.
Yeah, some of it is probably a little bit with your browser history.
What are you trying to say? Don't judge.
But I mean, when you search like R2D2 sound, you might get like a short clip of just one specific sound, whereas these are actually like YouTube videos specifically made to train your bird to mimic R2D2. And I've tried to find some other ones, but you have to make sure you find a video that actually, produces a sound that you want to hear, because your bird's gonna pretty much mimic it like perfectly. At least at some point, they're gonna mimic it perfectly. So like there was a video of like a whistle of September by Earth, Wind and Fire There's actually several of them, but most of them all use the same exact whistle, and I don't like the way it sounds. So I ended up just like recording my own little like 2-minute long video of me whistling it myself and just like play that for him sometimes.
That's not
Oh, wow.
R2D2.
That's a Japanese knockoff of R2D2.
Yeah. China-made crap.
Well, I
Yeah,
didn't
but
think
that's all the
people-
Resistance could afford, man. Come on.
I mean, certain things are like, you know, copyright and stuff, so they mimic some of them as best as they can.
No, this
But
was
the
not
video that
mimicked.
I found is actually really good.
This is not mimicked though, Danny. This can't be because I bought it at Disneyland, and Disney owns Star Wars now.
Oh, I thought Roundhouse was like looking at the video that I play. I wasn't watching what
Was
you.
there a
No, I'm talking about Kevin's astrometric. That's not R2D2.
no, but it's an R2. It's an R2 unit.
It's an
Astrometric
R2
unit.
I bought it at.
How do you know it's not an R3 unit? They look the same.
I don't know.
Because it's not the right colors.
They came in all different colors.
R7D3.
Yeah, could be. No, R7 is.
No,
I
because
think
then they
R7
had
looks
different
different.
names.
R7 had the R5 head, I think.
Oh my god.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. You guys just suck the fun out of Star Wars.
I was just joking. I have no idea about the actual.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there's actually 9 R units.
Okay, so what's the R and the D stand for?
That's just the code. It doesn't stand for anything, really.
Okay, I was just making sure. I thought maybe because you guys know way more about it than I do.
I mean, the walkers that were actually called AT-ATs, I believe.
Yeah, those were all-terrain armored transports.
Okay. And then there
The
was like
AT-ST was
the
all-terrain
miniature-
scout transport.
Yeah. Which is the little miniature one.
The two-legged, the chicken walker.
Nice.
Yeah, that's the one thing that actually did bug me about the whole thing is they had that R2 going everywhere in the first 3 movies.
Star Wars.
Especially The Empire Strikes Back. And I'm like, man, that's such an inefficient design. I mean, poor Kevin can't even get it to go on a freaking wood floor.
Well, the Star Wars was told by R2D2 was the theme. That's why he's in every single one of them. The stories are actually from his like memory banks.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep, that's Disney for you, right there.
Disney and controlled by Kevin.
Hey, how about you put his head the right direction?
Yeah, maybe he can see where he's going.
Yeah, because you have him looking backwards right now. Well, it's a very good thing Kevin doesn't drive.
Oh, hi everybody.
Wow.
How's it going?
Right, Danny. I don't know. I thought it was kind of cool. I enjoyed it. I got it. Oh, I don't know.
Hey, that
You
I gotta ask Chewy, that Water Street sound, is that the what David Bowie was referencing?
Could you hear the noises from it? Because I couldn't hear you guys while I was doing it on my phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could hear the noises, and
Okay.
my parakeet loved those noises and is making little sounds over there too.
The in David Bowie's Changes, doesn't he reference the Water Street sound? Now I got that song in my head. God dang it!
You can actually
Now all day
buy
today-
blasters for it.
Blasters.
R2D2 never had blasters. The only one that ever picked up blasters was Chopper, which technically wasn't an R unit.
No, but R2 had that little thing that popped out of his chest with the 2 prongs.
That was just the arc welder.
He'd electrocute your ass in a heartbeat.
Oh wait, no. What'd they call it? I can't remember what they called it, but that was a military model thing only. The civilian models didn't have those.
Indoor fishing inside. How's it going?
Hey, Marcos.
I still love that name because I've done it.
Yep. I mean, I've seen videos of like, you know, them like doing lure reviews, and they had like a big old fish tank, and they were like showing how the lure worked from the side angle of the Kevin, from the side angle of the fish tank, and it was actually really interesting to watch. You know, these like these different lures, like, you know, drop down and like look like actual swimming fish and stuff like that too.
GRB said, all it takes is a guitar cable or mouse cable to destroy the empire. Have you guys ever seen the Family Guy parodies of the first 3?
Yep.
And what Stewie's playing Darth Vader, and they talk about, well, we analyzed their attack plan or whatever, and there is this one flaw in the Death Star, you know, that exhaust port, and he's like, well, can't we cover it up with plywood or something?
Yep.
And they were like, well, with our budget. And he's like, yeah, you better get estimates. But yeah, I've done the exact same thing where, you know, as a tournament bass fisherman, I put lures in the bathtub, I put lures in fish tanks. Yeah, I kind of want to see
You
what
set
they look
up a
like.
big power head or whatever, you know, you can drop that swim bait right in there, and just, you know, see how its effects work, if it actually looks like a little swimming fish or not, you know.
That's a good idea. I never thought of doing that. Although I wouldn't think that. Well, actually, yeah.
I have
Use
a
like
few.
a power filter.
I got a big old collection of wood lures in my tackle box.
Wood lures?
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
old are those? Like ancient?
Yeah.
There are, believe it or not, like some of the original crankbaits were made out of balsa,
Yep.
and some of these balsa crankbaits are worth a lot of money because people still want to use them. Because the epoxy ones we have now, they have a different rise rate. One of the things with a crankbait that triggers fish is if you have structure, say there's a branch, and you got this crankbait coming, and it hits that branch, and you stop, and the bait rises up. Well, the balsa baits would bounce and deflect and had a faster rise than the newer epoxy ones. And there's a whole bunch of people that think that the old balsa crankbaits were way better. And if you can find them, they're worth a fortune.
Kevin, what personality chip did you put into your droid?
I don't remember. I didn't even think there was an option for that.
I know
I
in
can't
the
remember.
Cherry 2000 movies, you had personality chips for your
Can you see 'em
robot.
all?
I think that's pretty cool, though. You know, like instead of build a bear, it's build your R2 unit. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
my
but it's
dad's
a
gonna
ripoff because you got
My
to.
dad's gonna build a lightsaber.
But Roundhouse, that's what Disney does. They ruin everything.
Yeah.
It's okay.
The lightsabers from Disney suck. I've heard.
Do you see
Yep.
all of the guppies?
No, I don't. Where are they?
Are they behind all the guppies?
Yeah.
You call those guppies?
I see endlers.
I see food. That's food.
Oh, where's the love?
My
It's very
cousin
nice, Kevin.
This was one scoop out of that bucket too. She gave us a crap ton.
Indoor fishing knows what I'm talking about. The Cherry 2000.
You better watch that tank
Why?
because I'm assuming you've quadrupled or whatever the fish load in it.
Oh, yeah. That part's true. Yes. Although I'm gonna let my brother do that part.
Well, why isn't he doing this part? He has to learn.
Because he's got a big brother to do it for him.
No. The big brother thing would be to teach him.
It's not like he doesn't know how.
Kevin just wants to do it because fish.
Yeah, pretty much. And because I'm up later than he is. I'm going to add this water back to his tank now because I did a water change and then took it all right back out. But yeah, his tank needs a lot of work. I don't even know what size tank hers was because his tank looks like there's not a ton in there. As it is, I think I still have a decent amount in.
Times width times height divided by 231.
231? That's random.
It's not random at all.
It's the if it's the scientific formula.
Yeah, but what is? Yeah, I guess. You
just said you didn't know what size her tank was. Length times width times height.
I don't know what size hers is.
Yeah, and that's why I said length times width times height divided by 231.
Yeah, I didn't measure it, nor did she know what it was.
Roundhouse, don't be throwing out scientific formulas just randomly.
And it's too late.
We got to trust the science, though, remember?
Negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a.
And when do you guys use any of this?
All the time.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the quadratic formula.
Anytime I want to know what size the tank is, and I don't, it's length times width times height divided by 231. It's a common figure. It's a common thing for fish keepers.
You actually do 231? Divide it by 231 in your head? or
He
multiplied by
didn't say.
231.
I didn't know that
Sorry.
each
He
First
didn't
name
say he
is
did the
Antonio
math in his head.
not
He
just
knows the
spelling.
formula.
Then why? Well, yeah, but it would be just as simple to go to a computer and type it in than it would to actually do it in.
Right,
know
and
what the
once
I never
formula is.
said to do. Well, how do
once
you know what to type
type
in if you don't know
what
the formula?
is like 3 times, you just eventually have it memorized. Like that's where Roundhouse is. He's looked up the formula enough to have it memorized.
Yeah, I don't need to look up the formula though. I just plug it into a tank calculator.
Exactly.
And how do you know? How do you know?
What? I
Because
type in the
different tanks have
number.
different formulas.
I type in the tank size, and I say
Well,
it's
if you don't know the tank size,
rectangular tank. Well, dimensions. I take the dimensions of the tank, put it in, and it gives me the number. It's a rectangular
well,
tank.
That's why the fish keepers are lazy and don't know much anymore because they all rely on stuff to do that. We didn't have apps.
Okay.
We had to figure out. We had to know length times width times height divided by 231.
They had Chewy. They all used different animal hides. They had different sizes of drums, and they all had their own sorts of like drum beats and stuff too. Very interesting about
Okay.
did all the different tribes have didgeridoos though?
No, that was just an Australian thing. And then it kind of passed over to New Zealand as well, I believe. But
And then somehow some long-haired kid in the freaking Midwest wound up with one.
yeah, not an authentic one. Mine's from like a mass-produced like website or whatever that my brother got. He ordered one, and they were having like some sort of like Christmas special or whatever that was like buy one get one free.
Buy one get one free.
So basically, I ended up with the mass produced sort of didgeridoo, and so mine looked exactly the same as my brother's, but it did come with extra beeswax to where you could form the mouthpiece exactly for your face shape and stuff to fit you properly. So I can't really play my brother's very well, but mine fits my face exactly how I want it to where I can play mine.
I didn't know that instrument was that sensitive.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be able to, create like a good seal over with the whole like tube basically, and then you have to, basically hit the right sort of vibration to get it to resonate properly with the natural frequency of the wood itself.
You're confusing Kevin talking about this natural frequency crap.
Shut up, Roundhouse.
I don't know. I kind of zoned out on that myself.
So everything has its own natural frequency.
I know. We can't be too scientific though here.
So like
it's 2:31. Damn it!
Kevin needs an app.
Shatters from people singing. It's because the singer hit the specific note, which is the natural frequency of glass or the crystal. It doesn't really work to
shatter everything,
and it shatters the crystal.
Is there an app for that?
Same way you can get crystal glass.
Shut up, Roundhouse.
Do the singing glasses with water and all that, because the speed of the rotation around it makes the vibration reach the natural frequency of the glass itself. And then that's how microwaves work as well. The microwaves have the same natural frequency as water, and so it makes the water vibrate, and the vibration of the water heats up the food.
All the little atoms in water.
Wait, what water? There's no water though.
There's water in food. Yes, there is.
Or are you talking about in the food?
The
inside
the microwaves are the same natural frequency as the water. So when the microwaves are shot at the food, it makes the water in your food vibrate, and the
And it
vibration
warms up.
At a
heats it.
molecular
Oh.
level, the atoms are
Huh.
banging into each other, which causes heat.
Friction, which causes heat.
Yes.
This might be going a little over his head, though.
And Chewy's on a drum thing right at the moment.
Well, it sounds like
Some made their drums out of elk. Some use buffalo.
What are
Some
you
use,
doing? You don't feed the fish right when you put them in.
antelope.
They usually don't eat anything, Kev.
There's cowhide.
Yeah, but I don't think he's fed the other fish in a while either.
Well, they'll be able to last until tomorrow morning or whatever.
Yeah.
Ah, the poor hungry fish. They're over there. The fish in that tank right now are going, God damn it, Roundhouse. Shut the fuck up.
We're starving, man. We
They
haven't
were
eaten.
just, he had the can of food out. The fish wrecking.
Oh, he's still feeding them. It's in his fingers.
Oh, okay.
I'm not listening to Roundhouse. Why would I listen to Roundhouse?
You never listen to anybody. That's why you have problems.
Yeah. No, I just don't listen to you.
Okay.
They're eating.
Well, of course they are.
What do
That's
you mean,
what
of
fish
course?
do. They eat and they poop.
Yeah, well, no, because Roundhouse is saying that they won't eat within the first day.
A lot of times when
I'm
you put
getting that.
fish in a brand new tank, they don't eat the food when you put it in. That's why when you buy fish, they say don't feed them when you put them in the tank.
Well, I don't know. You tell me. They look like they were all eating to me.
Yeah, Roundhouse with that one. I get what you're trying to say, Roundhouse, but I think it's a case by case basis.
They weren't in shipping they weren't shipped to me, so it wasn't like they were that traumatized.
And I do quite often when I'm at the local fish shop and I'm interested in an expensive fish. One of the first things I ask is how's it eating, and then I want them to show me. I want to see that fish eat before I buy it.
But that's at the store, not at home.
And as long as you transition your fish well enough to where, they're not under stress, they should eat right from the get-go.
They seem like they're doing fine.
In my humble opinion. But I understand what Roundhouse is trying to say as well.
I understand
if the fish is stressed, then just adding extra food doesn't help the situation.
Yeah, it just follows the tank.
Well, that's why I just added a little bit at first.
And
but they all look like they're hungry.
Quadrupled the fish load as well, and then probably just fed a whole bunch of food too. So
I'm gonna do a water
get ready
change.
for cloudy water tomorrow.
Yep.
I'm gonna do some water changes.
Well, no, have your brother do the water changes.
How new is that tank? That tank's been set up for a while, right, Kev?
Yeah, it's been like 2 years, 2 or 3.
It'll probably
at least
be
2
fine.
years. And
how many fish were in
it? A decent amount.
Like 10 fish to like
100 or 150. It looks like.
No, there were like 30. There were like 20 or 30 in here, and now it's like 50, 60.
Okay.
Yeah.
I probably doubled the mass, and it's not like the tank can't handle it. I mean, it's got a big enough tank.
If they're all gasping at the surface tomorrow.
Yeah, don't ask us what to do.
Oh, yeah. They'll be fine. This tank has been set up for a while, and yeah, they should be fine. But he also doesn't feed. Yeah. Anyways, he feeds more than he needs to. But
why do I have a feeling Kevin's brother should not have fish? I'm getting that vibe off of Kevin right now.
What, my brother?
Yeah.
Well, that's a whole nother story. He really
Ah.
doesn't take. Well, he doesn't take as good. He doesn't do that many water changes, and
Doesn't do many
he just
water
leaves
changes.
it. But
Oh, get him up on stream then.
that's usually why I do them all.
I'm sure a few of us will love schooling him.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd be traumatized.
I
Good.
am going to go to bed. I need
All
to
right,
get
night,
up.
Danny.
Good night, everybody.
Hope you had a good Thanksgiving.
I did. Thanks for having me up.
Thank you for coming up.
Later.
You've been with us for a while. Thank you. Guppies look like they're doing fine. He also doesn't have a freaking timer on his light, so the tank gets light during the day because of the natural sunlight, because the freaking window's right here. And then, let's see, he turns on the light at night because he wants to see his fish, and then never turns the freaking light off.
Well, teach him. Let the tank go to shit, and when everything goes to shit, then he has to deal with it.
Yeah, and he wonders why they're not reproducing. I say, I'll help you, but he doesn't listen to me. Which is always
Look
Oh.
at that old school.
So it's
fucking
karma, is what you're saying.
What?
It's karma. It's pure karma, is what you're saying.
No, look at that
Uh-huh.
old school transformer.
What are you talking about?
Go, move the camera back down, Kev. Just straight down. Right there.
Oh, Jesus. What the hell is that for?
This?
Yeah.
Light?
Good God, that thing's rusty as hell.
That's an old school fucking ballast. Otherwise known as a transformer.
You guys asked me to plug in a light so you could see it better, and this is the light that came with the hood. That's the reason it was in the tank, or in the plugged in, and you saw it. That was what you were asking about, right, Terry?
Yeah, the big square thing right there. Yep.
This one, yeah. That's the light. That's the fucking light.
That's
Don't
old.
ask me what. Yeah, well.
Some of the high quality lights still come with the metal ballast. Because I bought my light from right before I stopped the first time had a metal ballast.
What located where?
In the cord.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Guess I never had those lights.
Well, it was it was like a high end light when I bought it. At that point.
Well, I got a barrel full of water in a dirty tank. I guess I could do some water changes at 3:30 in the morning. Metal halides are metal ballast. What do you mean by metal ballast? I don't understand what you mean.
The casing, I'm assuming he means. But mine weren't metal halide, and those weren't metal halide that he had.
Okay, I don't know how you guys could hear that from the other room.
Hear what? You dropping something?
Yeah.
Because it was loud.
Living room.
It was loud as hell.
I was out in the living room.
Obviously, because we heard it plain as day here.
Yeah, I know, and it was the living room. That's why I'm wondering how the hell you heard it.
High
'Cause I
pitches,
turned off this one.
high tone pitches reflect. Bass tone, the bass tones are absorbed by the walls.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, no clue.
That's an interesting comment. Why do they do foghorns at such a low frequency?
Because the low frequency travels farther.
Yes, it does.
All right, time to do another ammonia test just to make sure I can put them in that tank.
Oh, not this again.
Let's see.
Discussing. Have we actually been discussing anything?
No, not really.
What?
Nothing.
You know, I can just hit rewind later and know what.
Yeah, then do. You can do that. It was it was nothing.
Okay.
If anybody wants a salad, just let me know.
I'll take a nice thick piece of turkey with some gravy on some untoasted Texas toast.
Untoasted Texas toast?
Yeah, Texas toast is actually a cut.
It is actually a what?
A cut.
Again,
Texas toast is a thick cut bread.
Oh, a thick
It's a cut.
I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I had no clue what he was saying.
Yes, you're right. Texas toast is just bread cut thickly. Because they're from Texas and you got to do everything big.
Are you from Texas, Roundhouse?
No.
Okay.
God, I'd shoot myself.
He's up by the Illinois-Wisconsin border in a place called Rockford where they don't know if they're from Chicago or Wisconsin.
No, we definitely know. We're from neither.
Yeah.
They're both idiots.
It's like no man's land.
No, seriously, Illinois
You can still get cheese curds and a bear hat all in the same place.
Illinois consists of two things: idiots in Chicagoland area and the rest of the state.
But you're still a fib. To all the people in Wisconsin, you're still a fib.
I don't give a shit what Wisconsin thinks.
See, that's what I mean. So the people from where Roundhouse lives, they hate Illinois and they hate Wisconsin and they live right next to the border.
We don't hate Illinois. If we hated Illinois, we wouldn't live in Illinois.
The ability to do 4 strums up in comparison to 1 down. Chewy's on some serious instrumental shit right at the moment.
Yeah, Kamakasaki Chua Chua.
I just want to know what mushrooms he did and how much.
He drank some fish medicine cleaner for goldfish. He's all wacky now.
I think Glory did that one time.
Shit,
Although it was fish.
I've taken fish medicine. It wasn't no big deal. You got to know what you're taking.
What? You had a bad date and decided to have some erythromycin so the burning stopped, or what?
Tetracycline. I had a headache. It worked.
All right. Why? How is tetracycline a painkiller?
Well, Advil isn't really a painkiller. It also does that, but to taking it for a headache, it has nothing to do with pain. What was it, a vasodilator or some whatever the word is?
Yeah.
The active ingredient is the same.
Oh, okay. Chewy's talking about finger style plane.
Hey, Round
I'm sorry, Chewy. You know, I just
What?
read your comments mid. You know, I had no context to put it.
Or Terry, do you guys know if it matters whether I use a syringe to fill up the test vial or just dunk it in the water?
For the API kits,
For
Yeah.
your eyes, a syringe.
for me, I just dump them in the.
Yeah, he won't be able to
As
see that
long as
though.
the vial's clean, I just dump them in.
I dunk it in, but with your eyes, I would say use the syringe.
Because Joe's saying don't do it.
What the hell is that green thing hanging from your ass?
This?
Yeah.
It's the
Oh,
bowl
it's
in
for
case.
your dogs.
Oh, I figured in case he had to go poop, but that was it. It was right there by his butt.
Okay. I just
Right with my
had
big
to
bag.
ask. Normal people, when they're in their bedrooms, you know,
Don't wear
hanging
crap,
out,
yeah.
do not have a green thing hanging from their ass.
It's also.
Well, you should know Kevin's not normal.
Yeah, I really am not. You should know that by now.
I mean, hell, are any of us normal?
No, we're here at 3:00. Well,
Yeah.
my time, 3:30 in the morning, and I'm getting ready to do a water change.
Yeah, well, I may have to soon as well. I don't know.
In fact, I think I might as well. The water's all ready to go. I might as well do it. Oh, except I need. I need this piece.
You should pretty much know when you need to do water changes.
How?
Because you do them like once a week or once every 2 weeks or whatever.
Well, yeah, but I want to know what.
There's different reasons to do water changes. Are you doing a water change because the water is foul, or are you doing it for
Because it's a routine.
aesthetic reasons?
But that's not a good routine. The water change should be automatic.
But you should be. Well, some people would say you should be doing it because it needs to be done, not just because it's.
Or you took a razor blade to the glass and you got a bunch of algae you want to suck up and get rid of.
Yeah. But it's a routine thing. It's not let's test the water. Oh, I need to do a water change now. No, it shouldn't be like that. That
Why?
means you're waiting too long. You don't want the chemicals to come up. You just want them always zero. Doing water changes routinely.
Zero.
No, because.
Well, I mean, like ammonia.
Well, no, because if you do too many water changes, that can also break the cycle.
No, it can't. Who told you that?
Well, I didn't quite hear. Kevin.
If you do too many water changes, it breaks the cycle. How do you explain people that do constant water change all day, every day, 24/7?
Yeah. See, again, now you guys are arguing semantics. That there's more than one way to skin a catfish. You guys are. You can have systems that are just on a constant water change.
But it's taking out a little bit at a time.
On your source.
No, it's not. It's taking out however much they're putting into the tank. Like Dan's going to do. He's doing a constant water change system. 24/7 water changes. He's going to be able to do like a 300% water change, say a 300% water change a day.
And look at his water source.
But he's not doing it all at one time.
Yeah, he is. It's constant.
No, he's not. He's not taking out water. He's slowly putting it in, and it's coming out. But he's not doing it.
What does that mean, Kevin?
He's constantly water changing.
When a drop of water goes into a tank with an overflow, a drop of water comes out.
Yes, but I'm saying he's
So
doing
that's a water change.
But he's doing it incrementally. He's not doing 100% water change and adding 100% water.
Correct. He's doing 300% a day. It's going to be well over 100%.
What I'm saying, Roundhouse, is it's gradual. It's more gradual than what you and I would be doing.
No, it's not.
You guys are arguing semantics now.
It's happening over a 24-hour day. It's not happening all in half an hour, 20 minutes.
Yeah, because we're only doing a 50% water change. We're not doing 300, 400, 500% water changes.
But he's not doing a 300-gallon water change.
I didn't say gallon, I said percent, and yes, he is.
He's not doing it all at one time. It's not all at one time. He's taking it all out in half an hour and putting it back in within half an hour. He's doing it over the whole day.
It works out the same though. Honestly, it works out.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. Honestly, it does. Where we're doing only at the max, I'd say 50%. Let's just call it that. Max 50% water change in 20 minutes versus 300%, 400%, 500%, even 1,000% water change for a 24-hour. It's constantly getting fresh water. The water that's coming out of the tank is not going back into a tank.
It's not the same rate. He's doing it slowly. It does matter. If you're going to add a bunch of minerals to your water all at one time, that does affect your fish. Whereas if you do it gradually, they can adjust to that water.
You don't have to add any chemicals though.
That's an example. He's doing it more gradually. You're not comparing the same things.
Actually, well, it depends on how many gallons an hour he's putting into the tank.
But if he's doing 300 gallons...
You're getting gallons and percent confused.
Okay, if he's doing 300% water change, he's probably doing it at a pretty quick rate.
Yeah. My guessing is at least 100 gallons an hour he's dumping into it at these tanks. Versus at home, you're doing it, you're dumping maybe 75 gallons an hour. I don't know. I've never measured the flow rate out of my faucets. So who has the cops near their house?
Me?
Because that siren turned off. That means they got to where they're going.
Yeah.
And that was close to your house.
Yeah, that's because it was probably on Embarcadero Road.
Or they could have just entered a residential neighborhood and turned their damn sirens off.
Oh, they don't do that.
They do that here.
I don't know. During the day, I live on a very busy street.
I don't know, but I think I'm going to move to California so I can go steal stuff all the time.
Oh my God, Roundhouse, really?
No, seriously, they're not prosecute. They don't want to prosecute any of these smash and grab people that you've seen on the news lately.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay, that's not totally true. I don't know what company was it? There was a company that they went to like 3 or 4. They came here. They said they tried to rob one of the stores, and basically they weren't able to because they got caught, or because they couldn't break in to, because they weren't able to break into the store, so they all left. But the security guard had called 911, and the security guard had called 911. Everybody had left by then, but they were driving around, and apparently there was a car that did not have a license plate or. Hello, Han Rules. They were not able to. Everybody had left by then, although they were driving around, and there was a suspicious car that had all of their lights off, and were driving around, or were driving, had their lights off, and were driving really slowly. So they pulled them over, and apparently there were a bunch of clothing in that car, and it was all from that one store.
So, getting pulled over and arrested is not getting charged. The cops don't charge you. The DA charges you.
No, but I still think, but they did get arrested.
Yeah, they're already out. They're already walking. It's catch and release in California.
I don't know. It's effed up here. I'm not the one that creates the rules.
Nope, just the people y'all vote for.
Doesn't mean I'm one of them. And these days, it seems like it's the lesser of two evils, or lesser of how old they are. Because I know in the governor election, it was like there were a bunch of different people, but it was freaking lame because of how many, or how bad the selection was.
So what? California went with the worst selection they could, which was Newsom. Because didn't they just try to kick him out?
Yeah,
because he was so bad.
That's what I'm talking about. They had I don't know what you call it, but yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And the people on there were freaking lame.
That could have been bad.
What?
So that could have been bad.
What? You almost overflowed?
Yeah, almost.
What were you doing while that was filling?
He standing in front of the tank filling it.
I went to kink the hose, and because I'm so sophisticated that my shutoff is a kinked hose, and the hose came unkinked.
Oh.
I'm super sophisticated over here, people.
Damn Skippy. Kinking hose is the number one way to do it. Except with my hose, you got to unkink it slowly because it builds the pressure up and it starts growing.
Yeah, Python, it says you're not supposed to use that shut-off valve because it's not supposed to be under pressure.
That's why you
I
replace
use
it.
the shut-off valve on the Python all the time. This isn't a Python. This is my return
Honestly,
water.
Kevin, if you weren't supposed to use it, why is it there?
It says on the label you're not supposed to.
That's again, that's why you replace
Why
it
would
because
it
it's
be
that
there if
plastic
you
crap.
can't use it?
Well, no, I think what it is it's such a crappy valve that Python gives you. They say don't use it.
He might be referring to. You have to be careful how warm your return water is, because if you shut your Python off while it's under pressure and the plastic gets warm enough, it'll create a giant balloon right at where your water comes in.
Really?
Yeah, trust me, I did it once. It was funny as all get out. And it almost exploded. The hose itself almost exploded.
That's why you shouldn't use hot water, and you should replace the valve with a actual copper hose bib valve.
Wait, what?
Well, it doesn't matter. It's where their clear PVC hose meets the connector is where it bubbled up.
Oh, see, I use pure cold water, so I never have that problem.
Why would you use pure cold water going into a tank?
Because that's the best thing.
Why?
We've gone over this already. We've gone over this like 6 months ago.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, we have. Is rainwater heated when it comes down? No, it's cold.
No, but there's also a larger volume. And thus, the percentage of water that's being added is not that great. And
It's a lot more than what we do in a tank. When you have a rainstorm, thousands and thousands of gallons running into a stream, it'll chill that stream down. You can drop 10, 15 degrees in a stream easily after a rainstorm.
What the hell are you two talking about?
I have no idea. Roundhouse is saying that you can add water back into a tank that's like 20 degrees lower than what it.
Yes,
what,
I do it all. I do it every week.
Kevin, that's absolutely true. You can. Doesn't mean you have to, but you can.
Yeah, but it's not as it stresses out the fish more.
No, it doesn't.
Not necessarily, Kevin.
Again, it happens in nature all the time.
A natural rain event will cool the local water down. I have, honest to God, seen angelfish breeders do 100% water changes on their system to where the drains are at the bottom of the tank, and they flip a lever and all the tanks start draining, and they drain really, really quick.
Yeah.
And then they throw a valve and they start filling the water back up. And the water they're filling back up is like 20 degrees colder than what they took out.
Really? Huh. Okay.
And it triggers a rain event. And yeah. So again, you guys are arguing semantics where, there's no one right answer. If you're just maintaining a show tank and you're not trying to breed fish, then try to keep the temperature the same. If you're trying to create or replicate a rain event, then putting in colder water can absolutely help.
Yeah, but I thought it was only a few degrees. I didn't think it was that much.
Oh God, no! You can
20-degree difference is nothing.
Okay.
And if you have a problem with hardness, don't use hot water, because the hot water is harder than your cold water, because all the crap collects in the hot water heater.
Oh. Yeah, I have really soft water, so it doesn't matter.
So maybe using hot water would be beneficial to you.
So all I got
Or
out
not
of
hot
that
water,
is
but warm water.
You can in this hobby you can never talk in absolutes.
Oh, I can. Fish need water.
Well, yeah, okay. That's the one absolute. Don't let them dry out.
What would they call that? Fish jerky?
Right. Dehydrated fish. That's what we call it.
Ooh, space fish. Everything in space is always dehydrated.
Hey, Terry,
What?
how are your Caradina doing? Didn't you get some Silawasi?
I don't know. I see one once or twice. I don't think they're breeding.
Oh,
I'm disappointed. I'm never gonna. Number one, I probably should have bought more
how many did you
than
buy?
I did. I can't remember. Maybe 10. I don't remember.
I bought 5 at one point and they bred.
And I was told to put them in like a 2.5 gallon tank, and I put them in a 5. I don't think I had a big enough population density, and I don't know. I'm not a shrimp guy. To be honest, I stopped even paying attention to that tank.
They say buy the most you can afford, and put them in the biggest tank you can. Usually,
I'm not interested in it. They don't do anything for me. If you got a tank with like 100 of them, and then you zoom in, number one, I didn't realize exactly how small these things are,
Mm.
and it's just not for me. I'm not a shrimp guy.
I love shrimp, but they're just.
I
So
think you'd
sexy.
probably like a mono shrimp because they get big. I mean, I got a mono shrimp that are 2 or 3 inches long.
Really?
Yeah.
But they're not that colorful.
No.
They're plain looking.
I'm just not a shrimp guy in general.
No, I like shrimp. I like my blue dreams. Problem is, they're so damn.
I love watching the videos, but I didn't realize just how zoomed in those videos actually were.
Yep.
Yeah.
The shrimp are tiny, man, and I'm just not into it.
I mean,
They are really tiny.
Don't get me wrong. I got mad props for shrimp people. Okay, I love watching the videos, but I'm just not a shrimp guy.
You do know you've come in here before with that name, right?
What?
Sorry. Go on. Oh, just talking to the guy trying to come backstage. Go on.
Oh,
Don't mind
I'm
me.
sorry. I thought you were talking to me.
No, go on. I'm listening. Go on.
oh, Jesus, you're getting blown up. Like,
What?
you just got blown up in your private chat.
Oh, in private chat.
Oh, I don't
Like
care.
40 some odd
Yeah.
messages.
Yeah, it's all one letter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't give a crap.
Ha!
They're too
Did
stupid.
you see the name?
No.
Yeah.
The name is hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
Ah.
The person's too stupid to know any other letters.
Hey,
Yeah.
where is he when you need him?
Where is who when you need him?
Sean.
Who's Sean?
S?
He never comes up anymore.
Oh, I'm fairly certain that S has got absolutely nothing to do with
No.
this.
No, but they keep on typing in that letter. That's all I'm saying. Huh. Yeah, you keep on coming in and popping out so quickly.
I love a good troll every once.
Quite hilarious, especially since it's in private chat.
Yeah, no one sees your crap.
I'm too old to see shrimp these days. Yeah, well, what's my excuse, GRB?
I plead the fifth.
Okay, it took me a minute. All right, Roundhouse, I got that one. You know, they say if you do something too much, you go blind.
What? Really?
Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that was funny.
I thought that's what you were talking about.
No, I'm saying to Kevin's comment. Really? He still doesn't understand.
No, I'm looking.
If you keep playing with it, you're gonna go blind.
I'm looking at how many times this guy keeps on popping in, then popping out.
Yeah, just ban him. You can click on ban.
You can't. He comes in and out too quickly.
Dude, just be happy you got a troll.
It's actually kind of entertaining right at the moment. They keep on coming in and out, and they're not doing jack.
See, GRB, if you click on the StreamYard link, because he has it pinned, he can be backstage.
Private chat.
That gives you access to private chat.
Yeah, private chat is through StreamYards.
So when the guy clicks on the StreamYard link that's pinned, he can...
In essence, when you're in StreamYards, you have your private StreamYards chat, which only the people that are up on screen can see. And then you have your normal comments, which is the YouTube stuff.
But they can also do it, but private chat, they can do it in...
I should say backroom / on screen.
Yeah.
Right.
Is
He's not on
accessible.
screen, but he's still got the... Oh, now there you go. Now they're getting into the public chat.
And now your admin should be blocking that name right away.
Yeah, but nobody does anything in my chats. That's
Then
why I
you-
don't like...
You get better admins. You get better mods.
They're all too sleepy. I'm actually surprised. I thought he was banned before. Hey, come on up, Lori. And hope you had a good Thanksgiving, but come on up. And go watch the beginning of the stream. I showed a bunch of the guppies that I got. I got a whole bag full.
It's about time Posee shows her lazy ass up.
I messaged her like 5 hours ago.
Yeah, Kevin's going to be ending it in like 2 minutes anyway.
And why?
Because you're getting up on the 4 hours now.
Okay, and?
Oh, usually you turn into a pumpkin.
Yeah, well, I don't have school tomorrow, and I'm not doing anything, so...
You didn't have school today either.
No, but I had to go...
No.
Well, I had to go at 10, so...
Not to school.
My parents actually wanted to do stuff with me. What a novel idea. Oh, come on. There we go. Wow, those guys are pretty. They're nuts, but they are pretty.
How can you tell?
I like how the new growth on some Vallisneria is
Please
red.
come up, Poe. Oh. Okay, what was weird?
Get out.
Mute
Echo.
YouTube.
What was weird, Lori?
Oh, it was just a long day. And I actually came home and I slept and I woke up. And because I didn't like to sleep last night. And,
What was weird?
oh, that medication is just making me feel not good.
Oh. Got it.
Chewy's boasting about how his beard is long. It's probably like only an inch.
Let's see. Mine's non-existent.
Last time I checked, mine was like 8 inches.
I woke up. I did my
There's so
Secret
many
Santa.
damn jokes there, but I'm gonna let it go.
Dude, I set you up perfectly though.
Yeah, you did. It was actually almost too easy.
Yeah. Well, I was, I don't want to make Kevin feel, out of the loop. I gotta.
Wow,
Shut up,
look at
Brad.
that. When you float Vallisneria, it'll still do. I don't know if you guys can see this or not. It'll still do its spreading thing, but all the new shoots are red. It looks cool as all get out.
Well, all mine is floating right now. I have a ton of Val floating.
That's all red.
I haven't had time to plant it.
I'm too lazy to plant it lately, so I just left it floating.
What a shocker!
Shut up, Brad.
If you guys,
You just opened the doors up, man. It's not my fault.
I know I did, but I still can tell you to shut up, can't I?
Well, you can try. Whether or not I actually listen is a different story.
All right, never mind.
Doesn't mean I can't say it.
I think that has to do with the stuff that absorbs from the gravel. So it's not absorbing it anymore. It's absorbing it from the water column, and it changes color of the plants.
I'll go check mine tomorrow and see if it changed color yet.
It does though. If you float, at least this is Tiger Val, they call it. It's the Vallisneria that gets the stripes.
Yeah.
All the new shoots are red.
That's pretty cool. But will they stay red once you plant them?
No, once they start growing out, they'll go back to normal.
So why
Chewy, start eating more protein.
Okay.
The more protein you eat, the faster your hair grows.
Yeah, but I think
My mom's hair was all white.
Can you see the difference in color? There. Now you can see it. See how red the new shoots are?
Wow, that's amazing.
Wow.
Terry, what band features 3 beards but only 2 have facial hair?
Oh, jeez.
Oh my god, that sounds like a Chewy question.
Yeah.
Yes, that's because it probably is.
All right, say it again.
What band features 3 beards but only 2 have facial hair? So my assumption would be the third one, the last name is guy's beard.
I don't know. You lost me, Chewy, buddy. I love you to death, but you lost me.
Do you need to use a lifeline, Terry?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna phone a friend. Chewy. Tell me the answer.
I was just gonna say, don't call any of us because we all don't know.
Yeah, none of us do.
Well, none of us are gonna be helpful.
This is when Chewy winds up in his own little world, and
Yep.
I have no idea, buddy. You're just gonna have to say the answer. We're all on pins and needles now, waiting for the answer.
Yeah, inquiring minds want to know. I mean,
Lori,
really, that's kind of hard to say because, I mean, a little bit of, is it a Canadian group? Is it an American group? Is it
Oh, dude, I was going to say ZZ Top too, only because they were famous for their beards. Yes. ZZ Top did a video where the drummer wore a fake beard just to match, to fit in. Because the drummer of ZZ Top doesn't have a beard.
I wasn't right. I just used
But the
logic
two-
to
the
figure it
two
out.
Brothers. I would that's the first thing that popped into my head was ZZ Top, but it's Chewy, and I was like, it can't be that obvious.
Yeah, same here. I was actually as soon as he said beards, I'm like, that's the only group I know is ZZ Top.
Yeah, instantly went to my head. I was like,
But
ZZ
because
Top.
it was him, I'm like, dude, that's a trick question. It's not going to
Yeah,
be ZZ Top.
exactly. I was like, this is Chewy. There's no way it's that easy.
So, Lori, what'd you have, and how was lunch? Or, I guess, Thanksgiving?
The usual turkey. We have green bean instead of, spinach casserole instead of green bean casserole. My mom hates
But
green
how did it taste? How was it? How did it taste, and how was it? Because this year you didn't cook, right?
I didn't even know his last name was Beard.
So it was totally awesome. Homemade blueberry pie. The only thing we forgot was the stupid cranberry sauce. Pissing me off when I got home and realized that.
Oh.
Dude, I always have like 5 cans of
5
cranberry
seconds.
sauce in my cabinet.
5 seconds. Counting down.
5 minutes.
There's already a 5 seconds.
Siri, you're
Yeah.
stupid.
We've had a problem. Please
It's-
try again.
It's one of two things, GRB. It's either carpal tunnel, which will do pins and needles, or it's compression in your neck, which will do pins and needles.
Well, actually, it could also be poor circulation. My grandma used to get that.
Well,
I'd say most likely culprit is carpal tunnel.
I'm glad everybody here's a goddamn doctor.
I'm familiar with carpal tunnel. I have carpal tunnel. My mom has carpal tunnel.
I've had surgery for both carpal tunnel and cervical feet.
And I have carpal tunnel, so and it feels exactly like that.
Ours is only in our thumbs, though.
Mine's in my whole hand, but that's usually when I'm not when I'm doing like bookbinding or things, but it's not very strenuous. It's just tedious. What?
Nothing.
Hey, Terry, I stayed in the Holiday Inn last night, so yeah, I am a doctor.
Okay, I
Carpal
never.
tunnel is caused by
We
repetitive.
told you to go watch the commercials a couple times. I know that for a fact. They're Holiday Inn commercials.
Oh.
Hey, no problems. Yeah, sounds more like neck issues.
You know what helps with neck issues? Get one of those horseshoe pillows.
Yeah, they really help.
Like Buffalo has. You see him put it on his neck?
Oh, and you know, they got him. They got horseshoe necklace, horseshoe pillows for your neck that look like shrimp.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah,
there.
got on Amazon.
Hey,
Terry, that would be a shrimp you could see.
Roundhouse. When did those commercials come out? It was like 10
man,
years ago,
90s,
wasn't it?
late 90s, early 2000s, I would say.
Because I really did use that on a job site one time. I got lucky, I admit it. I was working on some high-speed packaging equipment. It was actually at Lever Brothers. It's where they put the bars of soap in a box. And it's high-speed equipment, right? And the boxes weren't folding correctly, and it was jamming up the line. And I just happened to be there, but I'd worked on that line in the past, and I knew if this one particular photo eye didn't make contact, it would screw the whole line up. So there's a whole bunch of people all standing around, and they can't figure out why it wasn't working. And I went to that photo eye, and I noticed it got bumped. So the receiver end of it was cocked down. So I just turned it back up and everything started working again. And they were like, "Are you an automation guy?" And I went, "No, but I did sleep at a Holiday Inn."
I was wondering where you were going with that, Terry.
No, I
Oh,
really did. I used it on the job site, and
he said
everybody laughed.
he said where he was going with that.
It was funny. Those commercials were great.
Yeah.
I've also used because I occasionally have to weld, and electricians aren't known for their welding skills. And trust me, I am not a pipe fitter by any way, shape, or form, but I can stick two pieces of metal together using electricity. And they were like, "Wow, man, are you a welder?" And I was like, "No, I just play one on TV."
I'm really good at soldering. I helped to build a Heathkit TV in, let's see, had to have been the 70s.
The first time I went for my X-ray test, I passed it. They couldn't believe it.
And I did.
How good am I at phone numbers? Dude, if it's not written down, I'll never fucking remember it.
Come on, man. I know.
Before if somebody rattles up, here's two things I'm really bad at. I'm bad at names, and I'm really bad at phone numbers.
588-2300.
That's about the only one I remember.
I remember my parents, mine, and my brother and my dad's, but that's only because we have the same exact phone number.
You can tell me a phone number, and before you finish, I've already forgotten the first part.
Yeah.
The other day, I remembered my pager number out of the blue. I have no clue how or why I did it.
Why did you have a pager number?
Because we had pagers when we were kids. We didn't have cell phones.
I had a pager.
Back in the 90s, my first experience with the pager was through work. So they give me this pager, and I'm like, okay, this is great. So I'm following around the guy I'm replacing for a week, right? So everybody's paging him. They're not paging me. So, okay, I learned the job. It's been a week. I feel fairly confident I can do this job. And I'm driving a company truck down a 2-lane road, one lane each direction. And the first day was a slow day. It was a Monday. Nobody needed me for an emergency at all. Tuesday rolls around. I'm driving down that same 2-lane road, and that fucking pager was on vibrate. And I about jumped out of my truck. I swerved into oncoming traffic. The whole it scared the living shit out of me.
Wait, you're an electrician?
Huh?
You're an electrician, right?
Yeah, I thought
you're not supposed to have. Yeah, electricians. The thing that electrician said is never have your pager on vibrate.
Oh fuck no! It'll scare the crap out of you.
Well, according to them, it felt like you getting electrocuted.
It does.
That's why the rule was electricians they never use vibrate on their pagers.
Electricity, your standard 120 volt, system, it runs on 60 hertz per second. So it's a vibration. It feels the same. Dude,
girlfriends, let me tell you. I
damn near wrecked that truck all because somebody paged me. And I was like, oh, this fucking thing's got to go.
The one thing kids nowadays won't realize is back in the day, if you had a pager, your girlfriend loved it.
Hey, Holly. Actually, I've heard different.
How come that? Hey, I got a question for Roundhouse. How come they don't go blind though?
I don't know, but we got a wannabe Chewy in the background. That
Only-
we got a Chewy that's not Chewy.
Only guys go blind. And GRB,
Oh, it is him.
it's 8675309.
Yes, it is Chewy in the background. Or in the back room.
Not
It was a different name.
897. It's
His
867.
account. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I've heard two reasons, I think, behind
For
the
what?
Lose Your Number song.
What?
That was that was the magazine's phone number.
What? The Jenny song? According to Tommy Two Tone, it was just a made up number. It just sounded.
Hey,
No.
Paul, what do you know about Ricky? Don't lose that number.
Oh, that's Steely Dan.
Yeah, but
That's
Why
not.
is the song named that, and what was the cause of it?
I fuck if I know, and I really don't know if I care.
Well, I can tell you.
Wasn't talking to you though.
I can tell you. Rick Derringer was handed a telephone number 3 times for a record company executive to talk to him about Steely Dan. That song was not intended to come out. It was a jam. Rick Derringer would lose telephone numbers all the time. When they reunited for Swedish Rock Festival, I had to personally babysit him for interviews that dealt with telephone numbers.
Sorry, I had to go upstairs and get a beer. Who are we? Steely Dan was Donald Fagen, and who was the other guy?
Steely Dan used Jeff Skunk Baxter live, but in the recording studio, it was Rick Derringer.
What? Rick Derringer was a studio musician at the
Guy
time?
in charge
Because
of the
Steely
project.
Dan, what was Rick Derringer wasn't in Steely Dan.
Yes, he was.
Was he really?
He
Dude, you
was
should know better than question
with
Chewy about music.
group.
Hold on a minute.
Derringer, for Pete's sake, that was before Steely Dan.
What do you mean? Well, how can he be in Steely Dan if he was before
Rick Derringer
Steely Dan?
played with Cyndi Lauper. He also played with
Steely Dan was way before Cyndi Lauper.
Yes. And Rick Derringer was the guitar player in the studio for Steely Dan.
Okay, that's what
And
I'm
they
saying.
recorded
He was a
that
studio player.
And he was involved with the record company, trying to get them a deal.
Steely Dan is an American rock band founded in 1971. Walter Becker, that's the other guy.
Yes.
Walter Becker and Donald Fagen was
Yes,
Steely
and
Dan.
Jeff Skunk Baxter was a member of Steely Dan too. Or didn't you know that? Ever
Past
heard of
members:
Terrible
Walter
Dream
Becker,
Entertainment
Jeff
Company?
Skunk Baxter, Denny Diaz, Jim Hodder, David Palmer. Wow, David Palmer played with them.
Yes.
Royce Jones, Michael McDonald. Well,
Yes.
Michael McDonald and Jeff Porcaro, who I
And
have
Jeff
no idea
Skunk
who that
Baxter.
is.
There's a whole bunch of lineup to Steely Dan that you don't even have a clue about, Terry.
Well, yeah, they're studio guys, but just
Yes.
because you're a studio guy doesn't mean you're in the band.
Ricky played guitar on that very number.
But yeah, it was Walter Becker and Donald Fagen.
Yeah, in the band.
That
It
was
was
the band.
touring, not in the studio.
I agree.
Well, Ricky was involved. That's where the whole song came from.
Oh, so the Ricky is Rick Derringer?
Yes,
Oh, that's cool.
that's where the song came from.
Couldn't you just easily just said, "Hey, the Ricky in that song is Rick Derringer"?
That's what question I asked, Terry. I said, how do you think Ricky Don't Lose That Number came about? I answered it. And that is direct from his man.
Ah, that's cool as all get out, actually.
Yeah. And I had to babysit him because he would
We
lose.
had to babysit him, dude. Who have you not babysat for?
Well, I had to babysit him for phone him a half an hour before all of his interviews before the Swedish Rock Festival Derringer reunion, 1969. Featured Vinny Appice, the drummer of Black Sabbath, the drummer who played on John Lennon's last album. How cool is that?
I don't know, actually.
Yeah. You know, it's like part of my friggin' history that I wish I didn't have at times. Wish I had it in normal life.
You need to write a book, Chewy.
I met Bob Geldhoff before he was Sir.
You need, Chewy, seriously, you need to find a writer that can interview you and you can tell all your stories to, and that writer can turn into a book.
Well,
And I
don't-
guarantee
don't
you
know
it'll
how much
sell.
history I have in it. I put it out on the video.
I guarantee it'll sell,
I
and
put it
it'll
out-
probably
I
make
put
a
it
lot
out
of
how I
money.
used the Boomtown Rats on a video. How many people watched it? 20 out of 200 subs. Who cares?
Yeah, but readers don't watch YouTube really. Readers read.
Right.
Oh, I know that. I used to write for a magazine. I used to write for Locals magazine.
You need to write a book. You need to write your memoirs, and you need to do it now.
Well,
So
a friend of mine
so
is
you can
actually doing
enjoy
that. He's writing
the
his own book.
financial reward from it.
Personally,
I think it'll do really
I've
well.
talked about it enough. I've done radio shows. I've already done all of it. It's not meant to be.
Ooh, there was a major fire in a Siberian mine.
God, what's that? What's that city in the United States? What is it, in Kentucky or Tennessee or something, somewhere where we've got a coal mine that's been on fire for like decades?
That's Pennsylvania. Was it Carbondale?
Is it Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Where like the whole town had to move because the
Yep.
whole coal mine was on fire?
Yep. Still burning to this day.
Yep. They'll never put it out. Anyways, that was a cheerful thought. Let's talk about more entertaining things. There's no hair algae in this tank anymore. It's awfully quiet. Is there anybody in there? Are you still moving guppies around?
Yep. I added them to my brother's tank, and now I'm adding them to my tanks.
Why?
The tanks that actually are cycles.
Kind of hard to cycle a tank without fish.
What?
You most certainly can.
I mean, you can. You dump bleach or ammonia into it.
Yeah, organic matter of any kind will cycle a tank.
You just add fish food to the tank. Why would you do a fishing cycle?
What was this?
Because that's just the way I do it.
Treatment, Terry.
It's no big deal.
How would you do it?
By setting up a tank and putting fish in it.
Nope, no more fish.
Why would you do that?
Because I know how to. It's easy.
This is for GRB and GRB only. That's what I use.
Okay.
However, I say be careful with it because it will kill fish. It will absolutely kill fish, but it will also kill hair algae like nobody's business.
But I like my hair algae.
Yeah, good for you. Yeah, I mean no harm against it. I wasn't trying to be a smart ass or anything like that. If you like hair algae, that's great. It looks great in your tank, but I don't want it in mine.
Yeah.
And I mean that in the nicest way. It got to be too much.
Hair algae is one step above guppies.
No, it's like 5 steps below, but.
Oh, not in my mind.
Pupfish.
I tried a couple different fish remedies where they said this fish will eat hair algae, and they might, but can they eat it to the point that they're decimating the
Yes.
hair algae?
My electric blue Moncanos can.
If your fish are not eating it as fast as it grows, then what's the point?
I could take a fake plant that's just caked in hair algae.
And do they eat it to the point where it won't come back?
Yes.
So if you move the fish out, is all the hair algae actually gone? And yeah.
I have found that they do because I used to take hair algae and transfer it into their tank and they'd eat it. And they're not eating all of it. There'd still be some pieces floating around, and it doesn't grow.
Roundhouse, there's one flaw in that theory. When you take a plant, say my guppy grass, I feed guppy grass to my barbs. So I take it out of the tank where the guppy grass is established, and I put it in, and it just floats around, and the fish eat it. That it's eaten before it becomes established. It's not in the substrate. It's not attached to any decorations. It's not attached to any of the other plants. That it's not a fair comparison.
True.
Whereas, when you have hair algae established in the tank, you can get a fish that's going to eat it to the point where it looks like it's gone. But as soon as you remove that fish, then the algae comes right back.
I don't know about that one.
But to use
They clean the hell out of my plants.
like-
Like I say, I have plastic plants in some of my tanks. Gets loaded with hair algae. I'll throw it in that tank, put it back. The hair algae doesn't grow on that plant.
Again, you're doing the same thing. You're taking it. You got a point. And I used to do that with some of my silk plants as well. Back in my old fish room, I had one particular tank that just had nothing but plecos in it. And when my silk plants got looking kind of dingy, I just throw them in there, let them float around, and the plecos would do their thing. But eventually it would come back. You know, once they do their cleaning and you put it back in the tank, you give it 6 months, it would come back.
But isn't that also when you have to figure out your cycle?
Or figure out why you're growing hair algae.
Or balance?
Once,
not
hold
cycle.
on a minute, guys. Hair algae is a plant just like any other plant. Once you have it in your system, you're always pretty much going to have it. I never had hair algae. In my old fish room, I never had hair algae. I had blackbeard algae and diatoms were my two main algae I would have. I never had hair algae in this fish room until I introduced one specimen of moss, Java moss. And on that Java moss was hair algae. And I divided that Java moss up into like 4 tanks.
Oh.
And man, was that a mistake. And then I saw the hair algae and I didn't panic. I was like, well, maybe I'll do that Lucas Bretz thing and just let the hair algae grow. So I let it grow and I let it grow and I let it grow. And then I decided I hated it. I don't like it. There's nothing about hair algae I like whatsoever. And now I'm trying to get rid of it. It's a lot easier to not have it to begin with. But it's a plant like any other. And if you don't have it to begin with, you're not going to have it. No matter how bad your tank gets, you're not going to have it. So this whole, we go on this cycle of thinking, well, your tank's fucked up, that's why you have hair algae. No, I have hair algae because I introduced hair algae to the damn tank.
Yeah. I actually found a way to get rid of mine. I can't remember, Hemipure or something like that it was called. It was actually for cyanobacteria, but it ended up working on the hair algae.
What, erythromycin?
No, it was called like Hemipure or something like that. It's downstairs. I'll have to look.
I remember Chemipure. Chemipure is like a water polisher. It's a polymer.
Okay, maybe it's kind of clean. I don't know. It's some kind of powder, but it's made for. It's marketed for saltwater cyanobacteria, but it's freshwater too. And I found it killed the hair algae instantly. I killed the light. I treated the tank with this stuff, and the hair algae was gone.
Yeah, the killing the light probably had a lot to do with it.
Never had it back.
But yeah, anyways, just to, we can talk about algae problems being imbalances in your tank, and there's validity to that, but you can't necessarily attribute one particular algae to a particular imbalance, because if you don't have hair algae to begin with, your tank can be as imbalanced as all get out, and you're not going to have hair algae because you don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
You get it when you introduce it into an environment, and the argument of the imbalance comes in. Well, it's getting enough nutrients to survive, and it like I said, it's a valid argument, You know, when hair algae gets out of control, that is a valid argument. You know, when I let my hair algae get out of control, it was because I was doing an experiment because I watched Lucas Bretz a few times and I saw some of his algae tanks and I was like, man, that actually looks kind of cool.
I'm sorry, Hemiclean. That's what it's called. Hemiclean. By Boyd.
Chewy's retiring. That would be kind of cool.
My dad needed retirement.
I have to go 6 more years at the very least. And it's going to be the longest 6 years of my career. I thought when I first started doing what I was doing, you know, it was like, oh my God, I got to do this for 30 years. And looking back on it now, the first 25 went by really quick. But these last 6, because I'm watching the you know, the older guys that kind of taught me how to do this job, they're all retiring. And I'm jealous as all get out. You know, it's like, oh, you motherfucker. You get to stay home every day and go fishing and get paid.
It's not always all it's cracked up to be.
What do you mean?
Retirement or not having a job.
I can't wait till that happens.
Retirement is boring as hell.
Oh, fuck no. You guys just need hobbies.
Technically, I've been retired for like 10 years now. It's boring as shit.
You need a bass boat.
No, definitely don't need a boat.
Well, you know, if your life is boring, it's because you made it that way.
But whereas you have a job, you have a reason. You know, you get up, you go to work. You get up, you go to work. You get up, you go to work. When you're retired, there is no getting up and going to work anymore.
No, because you got a bass boat, so you got to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, drive to the lake, stop somewhere, get some ice down your beverages, and go to the goddamn lake.
Well, see, no, if you have a boat, you definitely need a job.
To afford the boat.
Boats just suck, man. They're just money pits.
Except you got money because you're fucking retired.
Oh, my parents had a boat. They were retired. Damn near broke them. Every year. Every year they had to put money into that damn boat. Every year they had to fucking fix something breaking in the boat. And then the one year my dad decided to put a new seat in and he accidentally drilled through the hull.
Whoops.
You can fix it. That's an easy fix.
So I think I'm dropping my bedroom down into the basement. My floor is wet.
That doesn't sound good either.
Well, it may be easier than replacing the press board.
Wait a minute. What? Why are you moving down to the basement?
Her fish tank fell over.
Oh, and I got the floor wet and the tiles are coming up. Well, I took most of the carpet out, and the tiles are coming up, and the press board's fucked up, and
so in other words, you need a new floor.
Yeah, and to top it off, my bathroom floor is wet right now.
And if it got to that point, you're gonna need new joists probably as well.
No, they're steel.
I don't think you can replace joists. I mean, I think you'd have to like tear half the house down to do that.
No, you can do it.
You can do it. It's just a pain in the ass. My next door neighbor replaced some joists in the house of one of my mom's friends.
So the subfloor in your flooring problem
Are 4 feet
is why
apart.
the tank fell over?
No, that was the problem of a pressboard stand.
Oh,
And I guess the corner just finally
okay. I
It
get
got
it.
wet. It absorbed water. Lost
The stand of the
its
tank
strength.
failed, and it dumped a bunch of water all over the place, which ruined the floor.
yeah. And the
60-gallon
floor,
tank.
yeah, the floor is 4 feet above the basement.
That's a crawl space, not a
Yeah,
bit.
that's crawl space. That's not a basement.
Well, it does have a nice cement slab,
Well,
brick-
yeah,
concrete block walls.
yeah.
So it
But
don't
you can't stand up. You can't stand up in it.
now, but if I have to take out the floor, it's like
No, you need to take up that floor before it rusts out your joists.
no, the pressboard's dry now. It's just warped.
Well, yeah, and it's just going to absorb even the moisture in the summer. On those hot, muggy days, it's
Oh,
exposed.
I'm in the
now.
desert.
It's
Yeah,
just
I'm
going
in the
to
desert.
keep getting worse and worse and worse.
I'm in the desert, so the only water comes from spilling stuff.
You need to pull that up and put down new subfloor, which is not that big of a deal. I know it sounds like a lot of work, but it's really not.
Yeah, replacing subfloor is actually easy. It's a big job. It's easy though.
And expensive. Wonder if Terry knows the mermaid that is the daughter
No,
of
I've been looking at that. Every time Chewy asks me a question, I automatically, number one, think it's a trick question.
Now,
That's why I didn't get the ZZ Top one. And number two, the guy knows way more about music than I ever will. He's been around people. I have no clue.
GRP has a point, Posui. If you move into the basement, now your ceiling's all messed up.
No, it's just really high.
Yeah, she's.
I actually have a copper on a rock, not toy, but display thing of that mermaid that my dad got when he was in Denmark.
See, Chewy, she knows more about it than I do. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I remember Free. Wasn't Free...
Who?
There was a rock band called Free, and I'm trying to remember the name of... They weren't a one-hit wonder. American band, right? We're an American band. That was a rock band called Free.
Yeah, that's good, Michael. I like that one.
Hey, Michael.
I just would have to go under the house to see what exactly is underneath my room besides some of the plumbing. I know that
I think Chewy should bother GRB more than Chewy bothers me because I think GRB knows more about music than I do.
Hope you're well, Michael. And I have not gone to bed yet, so hope you're having a good night.
Hey, is that your brother?
Who?
No.
Okay.
Michael Long? No.
I was gonna rip into him for not doing his own water changes and stuff.
Oh yeah, I remember that. All right now, baby, we're just all.
Oh,
Yeah.
please stop singing. You suck.
I know that. That's why I'm not a singer. I'm a fucking fish keeper and an
Yep.
electrician.
I think you just violated 3 or 4 Geneva Convention laws.
Well, at least a couple YouTube guidelines for sure.
Yeah, don't you have to do a cover in like within 2 weeks of the song coming out or something?
Hey, Terry.
So anyway, I'm not going to deal with my wet bathroom floor.
That bottom right tank, is that all sand? Like halfway? It looks like, or what is?
What are you talking about? No, that's a chair.
You can't see his tank.
Yeah, it's a chair.
No, but okay.
It's the top backing of a chair. Put your hand on the top of the chair.
I got it, but I can still see the.
I do want to say this though, when it comes to home maintenance, the ostrich approach usually just makes things worse.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the first thing I haven't fixed immediately, but I don't have the money to replace the floor at the moment. I have to wait till the 1st of January.
Yeah, and clearly they don't remember my channel name from before because I had my full name in there. I actually think I had my full name as my I had my full name as my username until I figured out what I wanted to name it.
Yeah.
This is how you spread hair algae. I thought those plants were totally clear of it. There it is, right there. That's how you spread it.
I'll watch it tomorrow, Chewy. I'm getting tired. I shouldn't even be awake. I should be sleeping.
Didn't you
I
already
have a
take
long
a nap?
day tomorrow.
Didn't you already take a nap? And will you go 12 more minutes with us?
Yeah, I'll go 12 more minutes.
Old people need naps like every hour.
Yeah. Well, I have a long day tomorrow, so.
Kevin just had a girl say, "Can you please go 12 more minutes?"
What?
No.
No, Kevin.
Kevin said that.
Yeah, Kevin asked a girl to go 12 more minutes.
Oh.
I asked her if she wouldn't mind going 12 more minutes.
I meant, yeah. I meant she
I
said,
see where you're going.
12 more minutes. But anyways, there was a joke in there somewhere, and I fucked it all up.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously.
There was definitely a joke in there, though.
When I was your age, I could probably have done it. Too old now.
I'll shut up now.
We all know Kevin can't last another 12 minutes.
Why?
Yeah,
Never mind. I'm with Terry. I'm gonna look Terry's tanks.
Old fogey.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm looking at my fish.
Yeah.
There was a joke in there, but I fucked it up.
Okay, so I asked while you were gone, what's that bottom left tank? What's in there?
Bottom left tank.
You mean the bottom right tank?
Well,
Because you can't see the bottom left tank because the name is in front of it, and so is
for,
he.
for him, it's his bottom left tank.
Well,
All right,
if it,
All right.
Is
Okay.
it the one behind him?
okay, see the chair,
That
the white
tank
chair.
down
Yeah.
there- That tank down there has got pretty much nothing in it. Maybe an algae eater. Maybe.
Okay.
While you were gone, he asked, "Why is that tank half full of sand?" We
What?
had to tell him it was the chair.
Oh. Yeah, that's called a chair. That's where my wife was sitting earlier. Yeah, there is a thing called empty fish tanks. It happens.
No, but not to Kevin. He buys fish before he has a tank. So, he doesn't know what empty tanks are.
There might be an algae eater in there. Maybe. I forget.
Weren't mermaids actually just manatees that people saw?
To horny sailors.
Yeah.
Man, you got to be in the water for a really long time to look at a manatee and go, man, I'd tap that.
You never know.
I agree.
Well, hey, when you're going across the ocean at 12 miles an hour or whatever the hell it was with sails.
Yeah, you're going to be a minute.
Yeah. Plus the rampant syphilis that messed with your brains back then.
Oh, I had to. Although it took me longer than it should have.
Oh, food.
That was the name of my other channel, or this channel
Food?
before I changed it.
What, random syphilis?
What?
The last comment I heard was random syphilis, and you said that was the name of my channel before.
No.
Although, you know what? That would probably make $1 million. I'm gonna make a YouTube channel called Random Syphilis.
Man, holy cow. Don't make me laugh like that, Kev. Or what was it Kevin's random syphilis or just random syphilis?
I don't know. Either way, it's funny as fuck to me.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh. I did. Huh. Interesting.
Chewy, you expect him to listen to someone? What earth are you on?
What? I think he's using you as just a general everybody.
Who?
Chewy says if you listen to Hannah, she explains that.
Chewy is doing Chewy, and that's what Chewy does. And
Educate the dumb.
But Roundhouse is saying that I don't listen to anybody, like he's specifically saying it to me, and I think he's just saying that in general.
No, he's
No.
educating everybody.
I think it's better. I think it's funner to just single you out.
See, told you.
Because we all know it's a fact check true.
Sure. Oh my gosh. Those guppies were so much fun. They are mutts, I know, but they're still fun. And they're in my brother's tank, so you know. And I just put them in my two tanks just because I want to be able to.
you just want to randomly produce mutt guppies.
Yeah. How long did you quarantine him
over
for?
the world.
I want to keep them cycled.
Once a
Why?
tank is cycled, what do you mean?
You don't
Keep
have
it
to have
cycled.
fish to keep a tank cycled, first of all.
Yeah,
Keep it cycled?
All you need is organic material in a tank. That tank we were just talking about, it ain't got a fish in it. Oh, it might have one, maybe. I don't know. I seriously don't know. Ah, there is. There's one fish in there. There's a fucking algae eater in there. But if he wasn't in there, the tank would still be cycled.
Yeah.
Because it's got an organic material in it. It's still a cycled.
Thank you, Chewy.
It's an old cycled tank. Just because it doesn't have any fish in it doesn't mean it's. You know what? There is so much talked about this damn cycle, and
so he was talking about you.
Everybody
No,
goes, "Oh
he
my
was
god! If you do this,
implicating me,
you're gonna
but he
crash
was
your
really just
cycle.
saying you.
If you
Sorry.
do that, you're gonna crash your cycle. If you fart in the general direction of your tank, you're gonna crash your cycle."
Keep
Guys,
Kevin away.
it's way more complicated than that, and trust me, you don't crash a cycle that easily.
Keep Kevin away from your tanks because he just looks like a crap duster.
What?
I'm too tired for this.
You look like a person that would just do a crap dusting session on somebody.
He's referring to "I fart in your general direction" comment. They call that crop dusting.
Thank you.
If you
Right.
go into the grocery store and you got a fart and you're walking down the aisle while you fart, you're crop dusting that aisle.
How do you not know what crop dusting is, Kev?
Never heard of it before.
That's still a new term. I mean, that's still a term. It's not like, we're referencing a 1980s movie or anything.
I've never heard of it.
Man, please. Now I know you're lying.
Have you ever been on the receiving end of somebody crop dusting? You turn the aisle to get some hot dog buns and you're like,
And you walk into it.
Cow,
Yeah.
what the hell was that?
Apparently, it's farting.
Crop, C-R-O-P, crop dusting. But yeah, it could be considered crap dusting too.
Well, Michael Long's asking what it is.
Terry just did. You
I'm
fart
fairly
when you
certain
walk.
We covered, we kind of covered it.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that was before or after you answered that.
Hey, Kev, do you want to start a fire with a light underneath your bed?
What do you mean?
Terry, does it not look like he has a light underneath his bed?
I do have a light.
Yeah, I think it's a. Dude, it's
Well, light's better
man.
than fire.
I can't explain what Kevin does ever.
Yeah.
I have a light under my bed. What's? I have a light on top of a bin. What? I'm confused.
Because if it
How's
gets
that?
too hot, it'll catch your bed on fire.
Yeah, but it shouldn't get that hot.
Okay. Next thing you know, we have fried Kevin.
I don't know if we'd get fried Kevin, but we'd get smoked the fuck out.
Smoke, yeah, brisket Kevin.
Well, I tried to set the car on fire today, so.
Really? How'd you do that?
What'd the car ever do to you?
Nothing. I was smoking. I was turning the wheel. I hit the cherry. It went onto one of my good hoodies.
Oh, I see where this is going because I smoke. I smoke.
That's
a
why.
lot.
That's why having a rubber floor, taking the carpet out and putting the rubber mat in is the best thing because you can't burn that up.
Oh no, it fell in the
Yeah,
junk
I
folder in between
I
the
don't
seats.
know how many times I've been smoking in a car, and you're like, "Where'd the cherry from my cigarette go?"
I don't have
Yeah.
that problem.
You're like, "Yeah, screw it." Yeah, that's because you don't smoke.
Yeah, I do.
You do? Really?
Yeah, hell yeah.
I never seen you smoke.
He has a pipe all the time. That's because he never comes on his camera.
Oh, because he smokes a pipe.
Yeah.
Tobacco pipe. I empty out my cigarette butts into a container and I smoke the good tobacco out of a pipe.
That's very frugal.
Yep.
It's because cigarettes are expensive there.
Hey, that's how I stay rich. I don't waste my money.
If you were rich, you would not be talking to me.
Dude, I haven't worked in like over 10 years. What the hell else are you going to call me?
Homeless?
I'm in a house.
No, that was a joke, dude. You know that, right?
I know.
Broke?
Well, actually, with the car in the shop, I am kind of broke right now, yeah. That's going to be like I'm guessing it's going to be like a $3,000 bill.
Damn.
My kids and I used to drive up and down I-5 in California and stop and watch the crop dusters.
The actual real ones.
You know what? That just came full circle.
Not the ones that we were just talking about. The actual people in airplanes.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
And she goes, I'm going to go watch the crop dusters. I'm over there going, what? You go to the mall and just watch old people walk down?
Did you know Kevin has never lit his part on fire, Terry? Can you believe that?
Yeah, he's smart.
Well,
He's a 19-year-old kid, has never done it.
I've never done that either.
Thank you.
I personally draw the line.
But at least you knew what it was.
Oh, I know, absolutely. I watched.
He had no clue. He had no clue people did that.
Well, I know what you're doing, but I don't know why on earth anybody would want to intentionally do that.
Yeah, because
it's funny as all get out.
You burn your balls.
If you do it right, hopefully there's enough separation. But yeah,
yeah. My
whole thing that turned me off about it was if I'm hanging out with my buddies, the last thing in the world I want to do is see his ass. I'm just...
You don't see his ass, though. It's not like he takes his pants off and does it. I mean, well, I hope not.
Evidently, you didn't hang out with the same friends I did.
Well, see, that then you do have a chance of backfiring.
Yeah. You don't understand the level of alcohol involved with the people I used to hang out with. Yeah.
Oh. That I could see.
Not to mention, I was kind of antisocial anyways.
No. You? Antisocial? That can't be.
I really, truly am, man.
Oh, yeah, I can tell.
To get me to open up to, if... I get this whole YouTube thing and we can talk. And Roundhouse, I actually consider you a guy I like to talk to because you always give a different perspective on things. And I actually appreciate that. But
that's another thing that happens when you go retired. You start thinking about everything and you come up with some crazy shit.
You need to go back to work, dude.
I'm serious. Not working is boring. It really is. You had a purpose to do something. When you're retired, there is no purpose.
Bullshit. That's on you, though, Roundhouse. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying, I mean, you can find hobbies, but the hobby is, I'll just put, Just like fish keeping. Oh man, I don't feel like doing water changes today. I'll do them tomorrow. You can't do that when you have a job. You got to get up and go to work.
Well, see, you got to find something you're super passionate about.
Yeah, like the
You know,
last.
maybe there's a roundhouse out there that you haven't documented yet. You got to go find it.
I've
And
only actually been to 8 of them.
you got to get up and go find it.
Yeah.
I know the last year I haven't been going to school. I haven't been doing much, but
Yeah, and look how you turned out.
I have my fish tank.
God, that was just mean. That
Thanks.
really was mean.
But
Staying
you
up.
have to admit, you've made a lot of friends.
See, I wasn't going that way. I was going with the staying up until 4 o'clock in the morning talking to people like us.
Yeah, but I haven't been
Hey,
working.
I've slept today already. I'm up for a new day.
I woke up at like 7 p.m.
Yeah, see,
I
and
don't
that's
even
because
remember what time I got home tonight.
yeah, well,
What were you doing?
I haven't been working or doing much the
Going
last
into a
year.
crypto
But
coma.
Oh
What?
damn! I think Chewy's going in on Terry now. He's saying Kevin's off the hook. That you need to start listening to me now too. I don't like this.
What?
You know what? I'm starting to think Chewy's a pod person now.
He did say that. Oh, that's funny.
Don't worry, you're not off the hook, Kevin.
Oh, bummer.
Just think, pretty soon Roundhouse will be.
Someone has to watch. Someone has to look out for the well-being of your fish. We got to keep you on track.
Ah, screw this. I'm thirsty. I'll be back.
What?
You know what? I'm starting to think that like the crazy people in the government found Chewy and killed him and replaced him with someone else.
What is Chewy saying right now?
Oh, technically, he's not saying anything. He's typing.
Okay, smartass.
Because GRB and Chewy know way more than Terry.
Oh.
GRB knows a lot more than I do.
I know nothing. Except that fish that are not supposed to breed together do.
What fish are not supposed to breed together?
What?
The fish in my cichlid tank.
What are you talking about?
Supposed to have black manganos that come
What?
from ACs.
What's a black mangano?
Oh, it's a Mangano that's pure black. They're awesome looking.
Yeah, okay. Oh,
it's a
all right.
hybrid.
Let me simplify the question. What species are we talking about?
We're talking about, and I guess I can get out the technical names here.
Oh Jesus! Here we go.
Oh, shucks.
Should we call the fire department now
Yeah.
and have them on their way?
For who?
For Posiwi, she's going to start cracking out scientific names.
I don't know.
I know they're here somewhere.
Are we talking like convicts or something? Or
No.
Melochromis cyanehabidos and Acidotropius sp.
What's the common names?
SP is species.
the ACEI, but it's the black one with the white tail instead of the blue one with the yellow tail.
You got African cichlids.
And
She had an ACI and a Mangano breed.
Yeah, that's very possible.
And the production, the product of that was black Manganos, pure black Manganos.
they're awesome looking.
Are they reproducible?
I'll find out when they're bigger. GRB. We just got to go find some new brain cells. That's all there is to it.
When was
Start
she-
eating fatty bacon.
Yeah, that way you can stop your heart before.
Well, no,
your body
humans
goes
didn't.
out.
Humans as a species didn't start getting smart until they started eating meat.
No, cause and effect, dude. Cause and effect. Maybe they started eating meat because they got smarter.
Could be.
Okay, now you're not making any sense, Roundhouse.
Because it's
Because
like
you don't know. That's why it's not making sense, because you have no clue about it. Seriously. They say back in the day, the human race did not start becoming smart and being able to use tools and all that until they started eating meat. Once they started eating meat, the brain capacity expanded.
Correct, but you're saying
Again,
but
cause
you-
and effect.
But you're saying
Julie,
that
is it because she's pretty and people would listen to her?
What? Who are we talking about?
Why do
Who?
scientists prefer to have Hannah talk? Because she's pretty and people would listen to her.
Hannah who?
Fraser, who
Who's
talks
that?
about whales and rays.
I have no idea who that is.
somebody Chewy knows, apparently.
Yeah, I have no idea who that is.
All right, well, it's
Read a
getting
book.
late now. I think I'm going to end it. Since I told Lori that I'd end it 13 minutes ago.
No, you don't have to end it. I'll just go to sleep.
You'll stay up a little bit longer then,
I'm
Yeah.
up for the day.
Lori?
No, I'm gonna go to sleep. I have to wake up in a couple of hours and start cleaning the living room and stuff. So I really should have been sleeping.
You
So-
know, you could just get a jump start on that right now and just
Yeah.
start.
Oh God, no! I'm too tired.
All right, well,
Why put off to tomorrow what you can do today?
Because
Except
it's
it
already
won't be
today.
tomorrow. It'll still be today.
Yeah, so I'm doing it today, just a little bit later.
In other words, she's taking a nap.
Yeah.
yeah. All right, well, I'm going to end it. Have a good
Have fun,
night.
y'all.
Thanks. I'll see you guys, I
Roundhouse.
guess, technically later today.
Yo,
Runhouse, start a stream, dude.
nope.
Why not?
You can start a stream.
Dude, I've already done 2
Now
streams.
that makes sense, Chewy.
I've already done 2.
Today?
Well, Thanksgiving Day, but now it's not. But yeah.
Wait, you did 2 Thanksgiving Day? I saw 1.
Well, I did one early in the morning that might have even walked over you if you went last night. I did one at like 4 a.m. my time.
I didn't go yesterday. I think it was Danny.
Yeah, Danny went.
All right, well, have a good night, everyone. Thanks,
Have
Terry.
fun, y'all.
Thanks, everyone, for coming up. And everybody in chat, lurkers, thank you. And I will see you all later today. Have a good night, all. Bye.
Later.
Bye.